this one. Good afternoon. I'd like to call the joint meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority concurrent meeting to order. So roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Vice Mayor Vice Chair Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
We have 4 items for closed session. Is there any member of the public that would like to make a comment on any of the closed session items? I see no one in the chambers. Do we have any written comments?
I have no written comments and I see no hands.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to adjourn to closed session, and we will be back at 6 p.m. for our study session on the budget. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We're coming back from closed session. Welcome to the City Council meeting. We have now a 6 p.m. study session, and that is review of the proposed fiscal year 22-23 and fiscal year 23-24 biennial capital improvement program budget and fiscal year 22-23 operating budget changes, and review of proposed fiscal year 22-23 municipal fee schedule changes to library community room rental fees. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This, as you said, this is our second study session primarily on capital improvement program, because we do biennial now. And as you also read, that this would be an opportunity to make minor changes to the operating budget, because that was approved last year. So the purpose today is, again, to have a dialogue and get more of your questions if you have any, or members of the public. And we noted all the questions you asked previously or at the last study session. And Ken Lee, our Director of Finance, he has a short presentation which will also address those questions. With that, I'll just start again with a big picture overview, and it may be a little bit of repetition from last time. I just want to make sure everyone, including staff, council, and public, they get the message very clearly what the budget situation is. And I'll start by saying it's not doom and gloom, but it's not a very rosy picture either. Okay, in the last 2 weeks, I went back, worked with our department heads, worked with Ken Lee, our Director of Finance, and we are looking for solutions too. I want to share some, positive news as well. But first of all, I want to make sure everyone gets the fact that we have a big deficit in this budget, and you'll see it in the presentation. And what I'm repeating is, you saw in the last study session, there's $19 million deficit. And I'm talking about the overall budget. I'm not focusing on CIP at this point. Our overall budget, which is about $1.2 million. And in addition, as we are going through the negotiations with the various employee groups, that amount is also adding up, which you did not see, which you will see today. So that can add up to $7 to $8 million above that $19 million that we talked about previously. Okay, so the overall revenue sources and the gap we are talking about is about $27 million now that we have to work towards. And then as far as the reserves are concerned, I want to make sure everyone gets the picture very clearly. Yes, we have reserves. We have the budget stabilization reserve, we call it. Originally, when I was here previously, we used to have 25%, but as the budget grows, that number grows. So now we are at 15%, which is about 40 million. Okay. However, that budget is for the purpose of, in case of a big emergency, if you have an earthquake, a big disaster, that we should be able to continue our functions for at least 3 months. But with 40 million, even though the number is larger, I don't think we can go three months. So keep that in mind, that 40 million number may look a big number to balance the budgets, but it's really for a different purpose. Similarly, we have land sale reserve, which is, and you'll see in Ken's presentation, that's about 12 million. And again, the purpose is different. It's only to buy strategically additional properties if there's a long-term benefit. And also the properties that we own, we are currently doing the basic maintenance on those properties, but just in case you have to replace it or something happens, that's what that reserve is for. And then the third reserve we have is the capital project reserve, which we are utilizing, as you'll see in the presentation, for capital program. And there's really nothing, it's year to year that we see the revenues and then we spend them. So as far as the solutions, and it's quite obvious, but I'm just repeating it, that we need to look for new revenue sources, okay? So, for example, we have to look at fees. We are very critically looking at the fees because in some areas we are still way below the other cities around us. We want to be competitive, but at the same time, we don't want to be so low that we are left behind and we have these budget gaps. We are looking at ballot measures or bonds, which you are aware of. There's one coming up in November, and then there may be one in 2024. We can talk about that later. We are also relying on the economy just rebounding. I mean, it's up and up, but it's not quite at the pace that we would like to see it at. So it may take at least a couple years before we level off and then we start seeing some real gains in the economy. So must keep that in mind. And my message is to everyone, like I said, and I'll keep repeating it. It's staff, it's council, and it's the public in general. So the other thing we are looking, as far as solutions are concerned, we have a hiring freeze. And I call it a managed hiring freeze. I mean, just freezing positions, it could hurt us too. We need to fill positions which are critical, which are revenue generating, which are grant funded, which are developer funded. And so we need to continue to fill those kind of positions to attract businesses at the same time. And we just have to be disciplined about new things. You know, we all get in that, like, you know, let's do this, let's do that, let's add this. But my message to everyone is, for the next at least 6 months, let's let it move forward. And, you know, in 6 months, we can come back with a new report to all of you where we are and not add anything to what's on the plate already. And you've heard it, that staff is working hard, and I've seen it in the last 2 months. They are stepping up. With that many vacancies, average is about 10% in the city, and everyone is stepping up to take care of, you know, those roles. But there's only so much you can do before a burnout. So my request to everyone is, for the next 6 months, just take it easy, let the economy rebound, not add anything at this point. Of course, it's your call, and if you tell us to do something, we will do our best to deliver those. Now, for the public, and I thought about it, whether I should or not, but I'll give an example. You know, public has the right under Public Records Act to ask for all the information from the city. They have the right. It's law, and we have to respond to that. We cannot say no. However, what I've observed in the last 2 months, there are 6 to 8 positions citywide which are engaged in just responding to those requests, okay? It's city attorney's office, it's city manager's office, city clerk's office, it's in your offices. Sometimes finance and sometimes other departments do have to get involved depending on what the request is. So, you know, I mean, be judicious about it. You have the, I'm addressing the public now. You have the right to ask for those, but please ask that's really, really relevant and you need it. Don't just put it out there, because we have to respond. And those 6 to 8 people could be engaged in delivering something else, other services which are important to the citizens as well. So, otherwise, I mean, I want to share that too. If we are not disciplined, if we don't engage in those kind of efforts, the downside is that, number one, you know, the service delivery is definitely going to be impacted. Secondly, the positions in the city. You know, we have roughly, I'm just using round numbers, and you'll see in Ken's presentation also, you know, out of 1,000 positions, we may have to cut 10% of the workforce just to balance the budgets, given the numbers we are dealing with. And also, in addition, while we want to have a happy workforce, a workforce that has a high morale, and, you know, COVID hasn't helped, but people are stepping up. But at the same time, you know, when you have to balance budget, there are some difficult decisions to be made. And while at this point we are in negotiations, we are working with employee groups, but it has happened in the past, and I pray to God it never happens again, that we have to reduce employees' salaries. I mean, those are the options out there. Other than that, you cannot do much. You have to cut staff, you have to cut pay, and which means the services are going to be impacted. So with that message, I don't want to end on a negative note. It's all doable. Economy is rebounding. Our TOT, as COVID goes away, our TOT revenues will go up. and these bond measures and other things that we are attempting to do. We'll see what the results are. So with that, I'm pretty sure in 1 year or so we can rebound. But in the meantime, again, the message is everyone has to be disciplined. Don't take on too much more, and let's let it settle down, and then we'll move forward. So with that, and staff will answer all the questions at the end, even on my comments. I'll ask Ken Lee to share his presentation.
Thank you, City Manager. Yes,
Thank you, City
Director Lee.
Manager. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Let me share my screen really quick here and make sure that it shows up on your end there. Is that coming up?
We don't see it yet. It's coming. There we go. We see it now, Ken. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So appreciate the opportunity to present this item before you. As City Manager Batra had mentioned, this is the second check-in on the budget out of 3. We'll be back before you in 2 weeks on June 21st with the formal approval of the budget. Just by way of agenda, I have a short overview. I know I presented a number of slides 2 weeks ago, so just a very brief summary of those slides. I did want to provide a general fund financial forecast update and a different graphic to hopefully explain our problem and proposed one at least scenario of proposed solutions. I will go through the question and answers from the last study session. That's also included in your packet as an attachment. And then we'll pause in the agenda for questions around the budget. And then I have a couple slides at the end to cover one follow-up item from the municipal fee schedule adoption, which occurred in April around library fees. And so for a July 1st implementation, we wanted to bring at least those fees before you tonight for adoption as well on June 21st. And so by way of overview, the proposed budget before you is $1.1 billion overall. That includes all our operating and capital funds across all funds, not just the general fund, but including our utilities. From a 5-year capital projects level, this budget includes $624 million of projects over 5 years. The bulk of those, $509 million in our utilities to ensure reliable delivery of utilities as well as meet expected growth over the next 5 years. $115 million allocated to non-utility projects, and I'll talk about some of those over the next couple of slides. Separately, on top of the $624 million, city departments went through and identified unfunded needs or other capital projects that totaled $572 million. So as City Manager Batra mentioned about bonds and other revenue sources that will be part of a longer work plan to identify funding for addressing some of those needs. As far as the capital project reserve in the general fund, $10 million in funding spread out over the 5 years of the CIP. And then looking into the operating budget, this includes some of the adjustments necessary for the budget, but as the city manager mentioned, a significant deficit that we're facing over the next couple of years, and I'll talk more about what that could look like. And then last but not least, this budget was put together with collaboration with all our city departments, very passionate about the services and the infrastructure included in the budget. By way of organization, the capital budget is organized by what we call a project theme areas. And this is allowed just any reader, any member of the public, as they view the budget, to look at these theme areas and look up the projects that they may be interested in. So over the 2-year budget that's included before you, $382 million, 624 over 5 years. As you can see, the largest of which include our electric and our sewer utility programs. In the general fund, I mentioned about $10 million or so from our capital project reserve identified for very critical projects on this list here: generators, maintenance of our facilities and historic buildings. Now, this is just a modest amount to keep the facilities maintained, but significantly less than what's needed for a full rehab or repair in some of those facilities. A critical project around the Central Park Library related to the sidewalk replacement, funding for storm drain pumps and motors and controls, gates, and to meet some of the needs of our urban runoff permit, fire equipment, as well as bridge maintenance, sidewalk, curb and gutter, and allocation for safe routes to schools. I mentioned, and I showed this slide 2 weeks ago, and what I'd like to highlight just on the left are some of the infrastructure, some of the facilities that our public is very used to, and in many cases, high usage every day. So, you know, our parks, our community centers, fire stations, swim centers, streets, traffic and bike safety. The list is almost endless here, but you know, I can tell you that this is a trend as far as unfunded capital needs across the state, across the region, and nationally, as a lot of the aging infrastructure that was put in decades ago ages out. So, but we are looking ahead in terms of what we can do to find funding sources for these needs, and we'll be back before the council with some information and direction for future ballots. This next section, I wanted to provide an update to the forecast. And I know that every time I speak before the council, I deliver the same tough news. And so I wanted to at least display it in a different, at least graphic here, that I hope for the public and for the council and for everybody at home is just summarizes the issue at hand with regards to our budget. And so with the budget before you, we are using the council approved policy of using reserves to fill the gap in 22-23. But looking ahead, the number that I've shared with you, $19.6 million shortfall here, identified here with our expenses in the dark blue, higher than our revenues in the orange here. So we have a structural budget problem on an ongoing basis to the tune of 19.6, and we update this forecast once a year with regards to assumptions about revenues and expenses. And so that number could change to the extent we have higher or lower growth in terms of revenues, or you know, I'll talk about items for on the revenue side. If we have success at the ballot, for example, that could help close this gap. And then, as City Manager Batra mentioned, as we continue to negotiate different contracts at the negotiation table, our projected deficit is expected to grow by $7 million over that contract period. So we are looking at about a $27 million deficit when you include the projected costs from those contracts. So that is the issue at hand with regards to our budget. And so on this next slide, I do want to mention that we did present a scenario with options to solve that deficit in February that required a combination of different sources. And so on this graphic here, I want to talk through the three main ways to work our way out of or solve our way out of this deficit. And so the first one here are new revenues. And as you know, we are working on potential revenue measures for the November 22 ballot. We're scheduled to bring back some options around that later this month or early next month. But again, here a scenario that could include a $7 million of new revenues. And to the extent that that number is higher, that will help with the second bullet here with regards to projected position or service reductions on this graphic here. What we're looking at is in this scenario about a $12 million reduction. And if we consider that the high value that the council and public have placed on public safety, if we were to look at non-public safety departments on this graphic on the right, which shows the non-discretionary dollars in orange, the public safety in dark blue, and then the remaining portion of the pie, that means that other departments would have to face a 15% reduction in operating costs. And so when you take just for comparative purposes only, the average cost of a non-sworn position, that's about 75 positions that would be reduced or where services would have to face a reduction or a deferment in that scenario. So both a combination of new revenues and expenditure reductions. And then to buy us some time, we've had this approach of using our reserves, and we've had that over the last 2.5 years through COVID. And so in order to buy us some time to build back some of the economic growth that we are forecasting, about $8 million, we need about $20 to $30 million of one-time dollars to bridge that gap over the 4-year horizon on the graphic in the prior slide. So to the extent we can achieve new revenues or expenditure reductions sooner than what we've projected, that'll free up one-time reserves, or to the extent it takes longer to implement, for example, a potential business tax, we're going to need one-time reserves to bridge that budget structural gap in the meantime. So I wanted to, lay out at least one potential scenario to get us through the budget deficit that combines new revenues, position reductions, and the use of one-time reserves, and continuing with some of the controls to generate those reserves. On the next slide, in the midst of the news around our budget, I do want to highlight some good news. Very recently, we had an outside credit review from S&P Global, and this is a practice that many cities go through on occasion every few years, just to get a read from an outside source of how we're doing fiscally. And so we did get an AA+ rating, very close to the top AAA rating that's possible. And that's reflective of several things. One is our strong tax base. We've seen a significant growth in our property tax, as well as stable growth in our indicators that's led by the income and wealth of our residents. We have strong financial management policies and practices. We'll have before you every year and in 2 weeks a red line version of budget principles and practices that we are recommending in order to maintain those policies. The S&P Global highlighted the very strong 15% reserve position of our budget stabilization reserve, despite some recent draws, and then some moderate leverage around our unfunded pension liabilities, which could be a pressure in the future. And so wanted to highlight that good news. And in light of budget balancing, they also did mention very specifically a potential downside scenario to that credit rating, which includes operating deficits that persist beyond our current projections, material reduction in reserves, and then having a structural balance without a plan in place to restore that balance. And so those were items that they identified were risks to our credit review. And so I wanted to put this in context of the budget balancing, that we are in a strong position, but we need to continue to have a plan and address the budget deficit that is before us. Our work on fiscal sustainability has been underway for at least a couple of years. We saw that with the passage of the transient occupancy tax 2 years ago. We continue to work through the measures potentially for November 22, including our business tax and modernizing that, as well as, very earlier today, we actually had a business meeting that, with the Assistant City Manager Borges, I thought went very well. And so we'll present some of those findings from those outreach meetings, as well as some options around that tax later this month. And all this is in the context so that our services, it would reduce our service disruptions and position our city moving forward. As far as reserves, I showed this slide 2 weeks ago. We currently, with this budget, are projected at a $40 million budget stabilization reserve, or with the capital recommendations in this budget are anticipated to bring that reserve to zero. So we'll have to find a source to replenish that. Land sale reserve by policy allocated to purchase of land and properties, but the council could by policy also divert that. But I do want to mention that that's one of the only pots of one-time sources I mentioned in the prior slide, that we need $20 to $30 million to kind of bridge that gap for economic growth. And so this is would be a portion of that, potentially 12.7 out of that $20 to $30 million. And then the pension trust fund, 24 million out of only funds several percentages out of our unfunded liabilities. So these are the general fund reserves I wanted to highlight in terms of what those balances are. So shifting gears, I want to talk through some of the questions that were raised on May 24th as part of the study session, and some of staff's responses, and department staff are also available for further explanation with regards to some of these responses. And so the first question here was raised around the 40 million reserve. That's approximately 2 years of funding if we were to draw down to address our deficit. While the numbers are true, that's not a recommendation that we would bring forward. Those are reserves set aside with the intent of a rainy day, or if there's a need or a catastrophe to continue services and meet payroll in the event of an emergency like an earthquake. And we've seen the importance of having reserves through COVID, through the downturn in the pandemic. And so we're at that point 2.5 years into the pandemic where we wouldn't recommend touching the budget stabilization reserve any further. Question number 2, at least on the slide, there was some interest in establishing a committee to handle complaints regarding the stadium, similar to the NERC, or Neighborhood University Relations Committee, and what the cost could be. And so we discussed this with staff, and based on the discussion, as long as those activities were associated with the stadium, based on Measure J, the Stadium Authority would have to cover those costs. A rough estimate, high-level estimate, was around 156,000 based on assumed 4 meetings with the hours to support those committees, including agenda preparation, follow-up meeting times from a number of staff in city manager's office, police, fire, and public works. So that's, of course, dependent on how that committee could be structured. That cost is going to vary. Then there was a question around the entrance to Central Park, given the swim center condition. And so there is a project I do want to note in the budget this year for the entrance, access, and parking that will be carried over into next year, $2.5 million for some modest improvements to the entrance. And that project specifically was designed in coordination with the future Magical Bridge playground improvements. And so there is funding and a project allocated to the entrance. Question 4 here, there was a list of capital priorities that were brought up: Station 5, the training tower, the swim center, lawn bowling, and Central Park Community Center, as well as questions around focused bond measures. And all of those ideas are currently unfunded, but yes, a bond measure could be used to fund some of those needs, as I've mentioned before, and it could be focused, but given the outreach needed to gain approval, I think what we'll have to bring back is what's that best strategy to meet the needs based on both polling and outreach of what the community identifies and could support with a bond. And so we'll bring back some of that discussion later this year. There was a suggestion also to add a youth activities commission to explore options to partner with other organizations. And so working with Director Tashira in the Parks Department, we do have some existing commissions: the Youth Commission, the Parks and Rec Commission, Senior Advisory Commission, and Cultural Commissions that do provide feedback on services. And Parks is constantly or regularly conducting surveys, as well as partnering with outside agencies. So that is a practice that is underway based on existing commissions in place. Number 6 on this slide here, there was a member of the public that inquired whether traffic signals were planned for a couple intersections on Cabrillo and Santa Tomas and Scott. And so staff's looking at one of those, with specifically Cabrillo and Scott, and bringing back potential improvements in the July-August timeframe as far as that study. And then the Santa Tomas Expressway, which is a jurisdiction of the county, staff has reached out to see if any potential improvements are planned for that intersection. Question number 7 on this list here, Council expressed an interest in restoring the DARE program, or Drug Abuse Resistance Education. So I talked to the police department and just want to clarify here that the City Council did not reduce or eliminate the DARE program in the prior budget decisions. This program was suspended during COVID, and because of recruitment and retention issues, many of those employees were needed to be reallocated to higher priority areas such as patrol and mental health. But the good news here is police department is in the process of hiring. And so there's 8 new employees that have been hired, with 12 additional hires coming at the end of June. And so there is an effort to fill some of the vacancies within the department. However, that program remains unfilled. And so I just want to clarify here that this isn't a budget issue. However, it is a recruitment and retention issue. And police department is available at least to go into further detail if needed. Slide number, on this slide, I just wanted to highlight some of the items that was suggested for restoration or addition. And so we've identified some of those costs, either one-time costs around transportation to demand management, El Camino specific plan, some information around homeless task force, working with the community development department on the potential need in the future there. Police restorations, there are 6 sworn unfunded positions in the operating budget that was approved last year. And then the downtown task force identified at least the next fiscal need in terms of their work plan. So in all, $1.5 million of one-time costs, 1.6 in ongoing dollars. And so when you translate those to budget balancing, just for comparative purposes, if the council were to choose to restore the ongoing costs there, that would equate to about 10 non-sworn positions from a service impact standpoint. And then $1.5 million, while we do have the land sale reserve, given the $20 to $30 million of one-time need to bridge some of that gap in our deficit, we'd need to find some additional one-time sources that are yet to be identified. So wanted to be transparent as far as the trade-offs on those potential restorations here. So this is the last slide, at least within the budget presentation. I just want to summarize that with our efforts around fiscal sustainability, there is a plan, and there is a potential way to get us to a structural balance by year 5 of the forecast. And so, to summarize just one scenario, new revenues, potentially $7 or more million. Expenditure reductions to the tune of potentially 75 non-sworn positions, and then using reserves, $20 to $30 million to bridge the gap to allow for some economic growth as we forecast through the revenues. And so with that, I wanted to turn it back to see if City Manager Batra had some closing comments here, and then pause for any questions from the council or the public here.
Thank you.
Mayor, in the interest of time, we'll, give it back to you for questions or comments.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Director Lee, for the presentation. I'm going to start with City Council questions. Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes, Ken, if you could go to your last slide. I'm confused about a $19 million deficit versus a $27 million deficit. Is the 7 million employee negotiations, is that hitting this year, or is that hitting over time as we have cost of living increases? Because you say that over 4 years it's going to be 20 to 30 million aggregate.
I'll just ask, do you want me to answer that now? Or
Oh, I
should
can-
No,
I can ask
we're going to
I can
list
ask
all
my
the
other
questions. Please.
So I would like to make a pitch for the $1 million for the El Camino Real plan, because right now the zoning is inconsistent with the general plan on the El Camino, which gives developers basic carte blanche to build whatever they want because of that inconsistency. And so by having a specific area plan, we would align the zoning with the general plan, and we would have a lot more control over what gets built where. So to me, it seems very, and it's 250 acres. It's probably, $4 or $5 billion worth of investment. So to invest $1 million in planning now seems to me well worth the money to make sure that we have a vibrant, productive El Camino Real. So I'm going to be pushing to maintain that in there, as well as the TDM. Traffic is coming back. A lot of the developers are not turning in their reports for TDM. Their reports are not exactly consistent. And so I'm going to advocate for those as strategic spending goals, to just one-time strategic spending that we could take out of the land sale reserve because they are land use related expenses. And then in terms of the DARE program, I just want to read staff's response on that, because it turns out the Santa Clara Unified School District does give us money for the DARE program. So we currently have an MOU, is a 3-year agreement from 2019 to 2022, set to expire on June 30th, 20. The agreement calls for the SCUSD to pay the city $60,000 for the first year, $62,000 for the second year, and $64,000 for the third year. And the city has only billed the school district for the first year since we have not provided DARE instruction. And then the last thing is the police department made a formal request of Santa Clara Unified to increase the funding to at least $200,000 annually. And the city has not received a response from SCUSD. So I firmly believe that I like the DARE program, but I think the Unified School District should be paying for it. Thank you.
Councilmember Chaha.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ken, for the presentation. I'm trying to compare two slides, one on slide number 9 versus the last slide on slide 20. So I see the question which Vice Mayor Jain mentioned, the gap is increased from 19.6 to 26 or something. I'm assuming that's because of the $7 million extra for different negotiations with the employees. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But my other question is the projection for the revenue on slide number 9 are lower. They're close to 290 million, whereas on this one they go are around 300 million. Is that, just for a clarification, is that because of the extra revenue we are trying to generate from business tax or projected TOT more revenue? That's my question. And I see on this slide number 20, position services reduction by $12 million. So despite having good projection numbers for the revenue and adding some more revenue because of the TOT and proposed business tax, are we still thinking of reducing the services and the position by $12 million? And if so, why we are doing that? And I would also want to talk about the DARE program. There was a notion that this council cut down the DARE program, and you rightly mentioned that the council never cut down the DARE program. And it was also discussed during the school district liaison committee that school district has not been impacted as bad as the city, because we got impacted by the sale tax, we got impacted by the TOT, and the school district gets most of their funding from the property tax, which has increased. Even for the city, they have increased. So I did raise that issue earlier too, and I fully agree that school districts should be contributing more towards the DARE program. And DARE program, if you see the details, I think it's around $800,000 for the police to run a program for a year. And I saw the latest request from the police chief, Chief Nicolai, and he's asking for $200K instead of $63,000 or so. My first question is, I'm not sure on what basis we have been charging $63,000, because I saw the contract, it mentioned 3% more than the last contract. So I think we should look at that approach from holistic point of view, like if school district can share more revenue sharing on the DARE program. Thank you. Those are my questions and comments.
Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So also thank you, Ken, for confirming that on the DARE program about, I know for sure that we never voted to defund the DARE program and also put police officers back. But the going back to the Lawn Bowl, I know that the gentleman that brings up the fact about the Lawn Bowl, that there is supposedly money that's already been put aside. I think it was $175,000 from the city. Don't quote me on that. I just want to get some confirmation on those, as well as other financing that could have been provided either from the city or a private entity, and how much that balance would be to finish the entire project, considering certain funds that have already been allocated. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? I just wanted to say thank you, Ken, for this. And I know we have our reserves, and I know we're going to be coming out of this soon. I'm positive that our business outlook will be increasing in the next few years. And as the city manager said, within the next several years, we will be able to get back to at least where we were before. I fought passionately for the DARE program, and I'm just saying this report that says the DARE program was not reduced or eliminated. Well, since I've been on the city council, we've had the DARE program, and last year we didn't have the DARE program. Not only that, we didn't have a PAL director, we don't have community service officers, we don't have school patrols, we don't have park patrols. So if we didn't cut these programs, I don't know where they went. We cut the police budget, and with that, there wasn't enough officers to have those programs. The DARE program is one of the most important programs. It's more important, in my opinion, than a traffic paper report from a development. It's more important than a lot of other things on here, because what we're doing is we're creating a program for the children in our community to learn about drug abuse, stress, bullying, all the types of things that they need to learn in middle school, before they go to middle school, to help prevent all the things the bad things that they can get involved in the future. I was so proud, we were one of the only cities left that had a great collaboration between our police department, our city, and our school district. That was cut. It was eliminated. This council voted to cut the budget, which in turn, there weren't enough officers to run those programs, as well as the school patrols, the park patrols, the PAL director. There just isn't enough officers. I'm hoping we'll get back soon. So you're all proud that, oh, we didn't cut the DARE program. It was cut. It's no longer there. So I really think that we should reinstate the program. I don't think it should be all the school district. I think it's a city responsibility as well. And again, I'm so proud that it was a city school district collaboration, a wonderful collaboration until last year. So I do believe it's money well spent, and it's preventative, and it really shows our children how they can get along with our police department and be friends with our police department and learn how to rely on each other, how to rely on the city if they ever need help, how to rely on their teachers and their school district and their police officers. So I'm just saying that I think that is one of the most important programs that we support, and I'm going to fight to have it put back in the budget again. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Park.
Thank you. I do see the comment on question number 5, which was the city has a youth, parks and recreation, all these different committees, commissions. You partner with outside organizations, part of how you do business. Again, some of the particular things that were brought up were the junior theater program, the swim club, other things like that. I mean, at some point, even lawn bowling. I think that if we had city-sponsored programs, or we had a commission that looked at how these were run and partnering with the organizations that are running the actual programs, that would be a benefit. And I would like to know, because it says that additional staff resources would be required depending on the scope of work, and I would like to engage that conversation to find out what that scope of work would be. I feel that there are a lot of inefficiencies. I'd prefer that we supported these programs officially, as opposed to when the programs are having trouble and they're trying to cut back, they come to City Council and we grant them one-time funds. I would prefer that if we had an ongoing way, and so that more successful programs could probably give money to the less successful programs for the sake of having a complete and diverse program for youth. I also wanted to read again the response to question number 7, which was the council expressed an interest in restoring the drug abuse resistance education, the DARE program, the police department. I just want to read the staff response because it seems like it's necessary. I do know that if we are not taking the lead on teaching our children how to deal with drugs and how to deal with bad issues, they will learn how to do this on their own, which is why they will learn how to deal with drugs on their own. And this is why we need programs like this, because we don't want them to go out and do this. We would like to teach them from a caring, supportive environment with people who know what the dangers could be. But the response was, the school services unit within the police department is responsible for the DARE program, as well as other programs serving the schools, and is assigned 3 police officers. The school service unit and the DARE program were not reduced or eliminated, and those are not reduced or eliminated, and that's in bold and underlined, so it's made strong twice. Were not reduced or eliminated by the City Council as part of the budget process. The DARE program was suspended during COVID, which is understandable, and because of other higher priority needs, e.g. patrol and mental health related responses. Because of recruitment and retention issues, the positions assigned to the DARE program remain unfilled. In January 2022, the police department launched a 6-month focused hiring initiative that has already resulted in 8 new employees hired, with 12 additional new hires coming as of the end of June. The police department currently has 8 police officer vacancies and 3 police officers in training that will be street ready by September. And I know that this council did vote to give more money to the police department. In fact, I'm the person that made the motion to allocate that money. And I really feel that the other council members here, reading the reports, listening to what's happening, having a view on where the monies could come from and how we could do this, I think that that is a much better response to this issue than simply saying they were cut and not acknowledging the fact that there was COVID. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I was listening very carefully to the city manager, and when I heard the term disciplined, he also mentioned a hiring freeze, and then said with but with the caveat of grant funded or critical. I didn't catch the other one, but I wanted to make certain I understood. Did the city manager need a different, did you need the council to make some kind of a different motion, or just to keep the hiring freeze and you felt that you had the, thank you, I didn't spill some water, that you did have the authority that you needed to hire when absolutely necessary? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members that haven't spoken? Questions? Councilmember Becker, do you have another question?
Yeah, the other question I have was about the City Hall downtown study, if that would be included in this conversation, because I remember that was one of the issues that was brought to me about if it was going to be included on this year's budget.
All right, so city staff, you have those, most of them were comments, but there were some questions in there
Thank you, Mayor.
I'd like to answer. Director
Thank you,
Lee?
Mayor. Yeah, I'll take a stab at least of answering the questions I heard, especially around the slides, and then maybe provide some high-level comments around some of the questions around the cost of commissions and lawn bowling, and DARE, and then maybe if Directors Teixeira and Chief Nikolai might have some extra comments after the clarification. So if I may share the slides again, I want to go through slides 9 and 20 just to clarify some of the questions that was raised. So I'm going to share that again.
Ken, let me interrupt you for a second.
Sure.
On DARE program, I think the message was very clear. We heard it clearly. And we'll work with PD, and with the new positions being filled, it's a management issue. It's PD chief, police chief should be able to address that. The comment was very clear. So I don't think, personally, I don't feel we need to get into the details of that.
Okay, great. So let me start with slide number 9, and I'll talk kind of through this, and then I'll go to slide 20 just to make sure it's clear for everybody. So slide 9 shows our current forecasted revenue in orange there. And as Councilmember Chahal pointed out, this is lower than what's on slide 20. Then it shows our current projected expenses. Now this is as of January this year when we updated the 10-year forecast. And so when we looked at those two numbers, that created this $19.6 million ongoing deficit, the structural issue that our city is faced with. And so this new chart includes this dotted line, which includes projected additional costs that were not included in the forecast. We worked very closely with the HR department. Some of those costs actually hit in 21-22. The agreements that have been reached so far to date, and even later in this council meeting. However, those costs forecasted for this year, we're planning to absorb through some of the vacancy savings that exist. And then these costs continue into 22-23. There's a smaller gap here. However, because those are multi-year agreements, that the $7 million really gets into its full effect in year 23, 24, and 24, 25, when in some of those potential contracts, there are increases in at least year 2 or year 3 of those contracts. So the new number, as City Manager Batra had explained, when you add the $19.6 million deficit that we had forecasted in January, with the projected increases in costs for employee negotiations, that gets to the $27 million issue or budget gap that we're looking to help solve. And so when I get to slide 20, what this graphic does is it combines both the timing of potentially new revenues. In this scenario, we're guesstimating $7 million, but if it's higher, that would be helpful for us. And so it includes the timing of some of those new revenues. It will take some time to implement, and potentially any new tax. And so those revenues would come on in 23, 24, and 24, 25. So you'll see some of those revenues increase starting in that second year potentially. The question around whether even with the new revenues, we would still need service reductions. And in this scenario, the answer is yes, because we have a $27 million gap or so and forecasted revenues of 7 million, that still leaves about a $20 million gap. And so when we look at the economic growth over the same time frame, 4 to 5 years, we think we can grow out about $8 million of that. And so this solution here combines the strategy of new revenues, potential service reductions, and then the need to have one-time reserves to bridge, to buy some time, as we had done the last 2 years, to grow back some of the capacity that we had lost from COVID. And so, I do want to mention this is one scenario. To the extent we get new revenues from potentially different ballot measure increases, or if there's economic growth above and beyond our forecast, obviously that'll help us, and then reduce the need to reduce services. But based on the information that we have today, those are the numbers we're working with, and presented, at least wanted to be transparent about a scenario of what it would take to close that budget structural gap. So hopefully that answered some of the questions between the numbers between slide 9 and 20. And I do want to point out here, when I'm talking about 4 years, the need for one-time dollars, such as that's generated through controls, expenditure controls, such as managed hiring. Those are important dollars because that buys us time for when we need to have ongoing dollars implemented and closing that gap. And so our estimate here over 4 years, over the same time period, we need about $20 to $30 million in one-time dollars, such as our land sale reserve, to help bridge that gap. And we'll need some more, and through controlled spending, hopefully we'll achieve some of those dollars. So those were the questions around slide 9 and slide 20. Lawn bowling, Councilmember Becker asked about what's in the budget for lawn bowling. I think it's around $150,000 to $200,000. I think has been in the budget at least for a couple of years for a modest improvement out there. I believe it was a trailer that was contemplated. I think at least a year or two ago, there was a rough estimate of improvements that I think was close to $500,000. But I do want to see if, I don't want to misstate some of those numbers. So if Director Teixeira, if you have different numbers on those, then I welcome those. The question on a commission, a youth commission, and the cost of that, I did show the estimated cost of a stadium committee at $156,000. That's based on a handful of staff that would support that committee. If there were a need for another commission, I think it would depend on how often they meet and how much staff would be involved. But I do want to point out that in the responses, I know there are several commissions on hold, and so depending on the number of commissions that would be restored, there'd be a staffing requirement there. And I don't know, Jim might have some comments on that as well. And then there was a comment about the City Hall downtown study. So I did show that on a prior slide. I'll just turn to that right here. That based on the items that were raised as potential restorations, including police officers, transportation, demand management, El Camino specific plan in downtown. These are the costs that those items would be. They are not currently in the budget. And so as part of the action on the 21st, we'll present some options, and the council can make a decision to include or not include those items. But just wanted to highlight those costs and potential sources. So with that, I'll see if Director Teixeira, if you have any other comments on either the lawn bowling or the committee.
Yes, thank you very much, Director Lee, Jim Teixeira, Director of Parks and Recreation. With regard to the question on lawn bowls, $175,000 was set aside in 2018. That follows on a series of initiatives going back as far as, I think, 2008, when the city looked at a design for a new lawn bowls clubhouse. And when it went out to bid and came back, it was over $1 million for that. At that time, the city then went with the construction trailer, did some minor modifications of that, and that has been in place since, I believe, 2009. In October of 2018, there were 5 alternatives presented to the city council at that time, and one of those was moved forward, and that's what that 175 was, which was for basically minor modifications to the existing trailer, some improvements on the outside and aesthetic improvements. It was also part of the Central Park Master Plan. It is one of the future projects that is scoped in there and was talked about as far as potentially a future infrastructure bond measure, one of the improvements in Central Park that could potentially be funded. However, the cost of improvements and construction have continued to go up. So that 175 was even low at that time. So if it were to be matched, we're seeing construction costs being much higher. And so just as a reminder, the Lawn Bowls Clubhouse it sits next to the Lawn Bowls Green. And so the Lawn Bowls Green is what is the essential program of the Lawn Bowls Club, which the city has supported since the 1960s. So we do have grounds maintenance workers, and we do provide maintenance of that facility, as well as water, utilities, et cetera. So we continue to maintain the facility that they use. And then the clubhouse is mainly for card games and check-in, check-out, those sorts of things. So the essential program is able to continue. In regards to the question about the setting up a committee or some type of a commission or council on collaboration with our to help the department with our, I think the word was inefficiencies. With the junior theater, that is actually a city program. And the recommendation at the time was in regards to our staffing. And we have full-time staff, part-time staff, volunteers, and contractors. And so that program was restored by council, meaning it funds our recreation coordinator for that program, which is a city employee, our part-time staff that are funded out of that program, as well as contractors who provide things like music and some of the other theater type items. In regards to Santa Clara Swim Club, we do partner with them. We meet with them on a monthly basis. They pay the city about $20,000 a year. And the city grounds maintenance staff actually maintain the 3 pools there, as well as the Mayor Gomez and the Warburton pool that are used. In terms of the dance programs, we collaborate and contract with Linnea as well as Kimberly, have done that for decades. They receive, again, these are cost recovery type programs. So we work heavily with contractors who have the expertise, and we bring them on board alongside of us. And they actually present the types of programs that are either most needed, skill-based programs, so that they're developmentally based, or ones that the public just wants to have. At the senior center, I don't want to go through the laundry list, but SALA, tax services, nursing programs, et cetera, et cetera. We have many MOUs and agreements, probably 15 to 20 of those with different service providers that assist our 4 full-time staff at the senior center in providing programs and services for seniors. At the Youth Activities Center, I think council's fairly aware of our recent agreement with the school district. We have facilities on their site, which we both operate and maintain. And we have 1 recreation supervisor, 1 office specialist, 3, and 3 recreation coordinators full-time, as well as a myriad of part-time staff, volunteers, and then contractor-based programs. that helps deliver services.
Jim,
yes.
this is Rajiv. Sorry to
Yes.
interrupt you. In the interest of time, we took
Yes.
Councilmember Park's comments, and rest of it we can share in responses when we come back next time. So we'll
Right.
coordinate our responses. Same thing on lawn bowling, et cetera. So
Great.
in the end, Mayor, just wanted to thank you for all your comments again. We'll come back on June 21st. Or in the
City
meantime.
Manager, I need to go to the public first and then come back and see if there's any final council comments, but thank you for that. So I'm going to go to the public now. Any public members that would like to speak? The first one I have on the list is Mary. Mary, if you'd like to come forward on this. And other than that, Assistant City Clerk, I don't, unless you have online. Welcome.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. My name is Mary Grizzle. I am addressing the Council as a member of Reclaiming Our Downtown. I appreciate the opportunity to express my support for the feasibility study for constructing a roadway undercrossing at the railroad tracks separating Benton Street and Brokaw Road near the Santa Clara Caltrain station and future BART station. This project will greatly enhance the transportation hub of Santa Clara, especially for those traveling to and from the airport, as well as Avaya Stadium and the many new construction projects like Roku and the Gateway Project. So I urge the council to continue to study and support the project with public input for, as well for a motorized trolley at the project site. I know this is an unfunded project. I was elated to see that it is on your priority list, and I hope it will maintain there and until we can get the funding. On a separate matter, I'm not sure I understood what happened with the funding for the study of the downtown. Is that not, I know it's not going to be decided today, but is it going to the next meeting and there will be an upvote or downvote, or has it been declined totally?
We'll answer your question after. After
Okay.
we go through the public meeting, we'll make sure we make a note of that.
So I would also like to urge the council to support the funding for the City Hall project. Thank you so much and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on this? Please come forward if you'd like to speak. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, councilors, mayor. I'm Jerry Patrick, Downey spokesperson for Santa Clara Lawn Bowls Club. I want to confirm, although I don't have any authority, but it is $175,000 originally. That was to fix up the trailer. And then we got together on the agenda, talked to the council people, and we realized that you can't fix that up for any amount of money. It's just one pile of junk. So at that time, the mayor said, well, since you're not going to use it in maintenance, go ahead and use it to purchase a clubhouse. So that's $175,000. Since then, we have a grant of $50,000. So that's $225,000. I'll get together with Councilor Becker to show the letter that mentioned $175,000 as some evidence that it does exist. So that's all I have to say. I wish myself luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Karen Cornwell. I've been a resident of this city for 41 years, and I love it here. I'm listening to this conversation tonight, and I'm listening to operating budget deficits of $17 to $27 million. And I'm also looking at over $1 billion in unfunded infrastructure. small increases in the transient occupancy tax and other things are not going to pay for that unfunded infrastructure. It is an imperative for you all. It is your fiduciary duty to identify revenue sources. The era of we'll take the excess funds off the operating budget and do big buildings and things is over. I'm on the board of directors for a property in Maui, and I've been doing that for 25 years. And we have a reserve fund and a reserve study. And every year we put money away for roofs and buildings and whatever we need to replace. And so it's easily done, but you've got to change how you're doing it because what you're doing is not going to work going forward. You've had a firm that recommended a utility tax over a bond measure, but I've been unable to find any action anywhere on why that isn't being considered or moved forward. And I keep watching a bond measure get kicked from 2022 to 2024. We can't kick this can down the road any longer. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. There are a lot of ways that we can rethink income for this city. We are in the heart of Silicon Valley. There are companies that are rolling in money, and they want services for their employees. There are deals to be had here, and I really want to encourage you to move forward with that quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the council chambers? I think we have some online as well. Betsy, are you online, Betsy?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, council members, mayor, and welcome back, City Manager Batra. I don't think I've had a chance to say that yet. As you are considering the budget, I would urge the council and the staff to manage the hiring freeze and cutbacks cautiously, keeping in mind that disinvestment can also be costly. One thing you may want to consider when cutting staff positions is whether anybody is applying for and administering grant funding. There are new grant funding opportunities all the time with the infrastructure bill, from the federal level on down. At a physical level, disinvestment can look like deferred maintenance, and that can result in more extensive and costlier repairs later. And while I was waiting to speak, I did a little bit of searching on the DARE program, and I would encourage the members of the council to do the same. I simply searched on the question, is the DARE program effective? And perhaps the PAL element of it, there are different results, but the results that I'm seeing so far in a brief web search suggests that the DARE program does not have the intended effect. So I would urge the council to research that before throwing their weight behind it. Thank you.
Okay, Dan, go ahead, Dan.
Madam Mayor, council members, city management staff, thank you for letting me speak. The constant is finding revenue sources, and I want to speak to things to consider on the 21st regarding the City Hall study funding. If you take the $300,000 or some odd dollars and break it down into what it could return in the 4 items that we're advocating for study, if you look at the cities that we found hundreds of millions of dollars in follow-on private investment that followed their City Hall investment in downtown. The 8 to 10 acres that City Hall is on right now could bring inwards of $80 million. The reduction, just the $300,000, you could save $30 million in just parking by building downtown. And most importantly is the return of the City Hall the city hall to downtown and sparking revenue, downtown revenue from a finally completed downtown, i.e. TOT. So we keep coming back to revenue sources and finding revenue. This $300,000, and I know it's a lot, with what we're looking at, but in comparison to what it can generate is minuscule. And I urge this council and this body to find that money and study this, because I'm convinced after talking to these 7 cities across America that it's the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna, go ahead, Donna.
Hi, Mayor.
Hi.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council staff. I'm Donna West, Santa Clara, 30-year resident, District 3, and city business. And may I add that that was a tourism business that was devastated. So I do know the darkness that went in, and I'm a citizen volunteer with Reclaiming Our Downtown Business Research. Thank you for the support and approving the financial analysis of the moving City Hall to location of the 8 blocks of downtown. Dan gave you the figures that should be considered with this. Each request makes the future downtown Santa Clara Business District better with connectivity citywide for all citizens, and brings the added TOT revenues we're all looking for now, and it is returning. Thank you for adding the council priority, the Benton-Brokaw connection to the feasibility study, because this connects the city for Santa Clara. And I'm glad it is a council priority on your list for future. So thank you so much for that. Thank you. And respectively, please, let's get this, work together and get these, funds, located so we can go forward and bring that TOT revenue dollar to us that we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Skip, go ahead, Skip. You hear Skip?
Mayor
There you are.
Gilmore
Yes.
and council members and city manager. The current city hall sits on almost 10 acres of residential land. It's got a 3-acre park right next to it. It's perfect for high-rise residential. And the city hall does not need 10 acres. City hall, when it's brought to downtown, will take up 1 block, which is about 2 acres. And that will be plenty for any future square footage that City Hall will need, as well as retail on the bottom. And furthermore, that extremely valuable land that's $10 to $12 million an acre now, or more, depending on how tall the council would allow the buildings to be built on Warburton, is perfect property for adding more units to the city of Santa Clara. And I know that each city in California is under extreme pressure by the state every year to find new housing units, new lots, if you will, by either changing the zoning to allow more, or by actually building on city-owned land. And Warburton is 10 acres of city-owned land that would be perfect for affordable housing and all kind of housing. And it's got the 3-acre park right next to it, which is even better. And all surrounding is income property, multiple units. So it's a perfect site for that. And it gives the city a tremendous opportunity to satisfy the state requirements.
Thank you, Skip. Oh, were you finished? I think so. All right. Is there any other comments from the public, Assistant City Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have one e-comment. This is from Jeff Houston. We support adding the El Camino specific plan to the capital improvement program budget to conduct additional planning work to revise the draft specific plan per city council direction. The specific plan is the result of over 4 years of planning, outreach, community involvement, environmental review, and vetting for the 250-acre ECR corridor. The plan will ensure the future development meets the objective standards defined by our community. End of comment.
All right, thank you. So now we have final comments from the city council, and then we'll move on to city manager. Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes, something that is on the agenda that we didn't actually talk about is the modification of the fee rental rates for the library rooms. And this is something I've been working on for like 7 years. And I'm pleased to say that in there for nonprofits, and residential groups, the fee is only $20 a room to rent a room at the library. So go and have your community meetings and let's build some community. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So for clarification, I think it was last year at this time, it was Raj, myself, and Councilmember Park. We actually voted to refund the police, and the DARE program was actually not available because of COVID, because kids were at home. One thing I do have to say about the DARE program, though, is that the DARE program, I think it does work essentially. And the reason why is because it gives you access to communicate between your police officers and increases the chances of young people having a better relationship with their officers. And I have to say, with a lot of been happening lately, and just recently I lost my stepbrother to a fentanyl overdose, is we need to educate people a little bit more on the hard drugs that are killing our kids, they're killing our neighbors, and they're killing our parents. And, this also goes for prescription drugs too. So I would really like to see DARE back as soon as possible. Looking at, things when we talked about the infrastructure bonds, I know it may have not been popular, with the polling, especially if a large infrastructure bond, but after speaking with Anthony Pasquale of the Fires Union, and seeing that some of the needs that we need, if we put smaller ballot measures or infrastructure bond measures on the ballot, who would say no to fixing their pools? Who would say no to supporting and fixing your firefighters' facilities? So I think those are some key things that maybe we need to look into, especially on a future ballot. I really was pushing for this year in November, especially for our firefighter houses. But seeing, some of the conditions that we're in right now, I understand, but I may be a broken record, but I'm going to advocate for that. This City Hall downtown study, that's a thing that I think should be included in this budget. And the reason why is also because if you look at, some of the history, which I was actually reading some of it, and I actually had a discussion with former supervisor Ken Yeager about this, about his time when he was at the old City Hall at the Civic Center in San Jose. Funny story is as soon as San Jose moved their city hall from downtown to the Civic Center that it was, downtown started dying. Downtown started having closed shops. As soon as City Hall came back down to downtown in 2005 in San Jose, downtown San Jose started to have a rebound. So I kind of see that as being something that's a positive and also maybe being an economic generator for the future as well. When we talk about, basically, well, first off, the Lawn Bowl situation, I know that, it wasn't a permanent building that was being talked about, but a temporary building that was being talked about to be put into place. I kind of want to see a breakdown of the cost of how much it would be to do a full description of a modular property being put there. Because I know that we do have some of the money that's there. So if you take away that, what's the remaining balance that we would be needing? As for revenue making, I know I've said many times on this council, there's something that's very unpopular. We do in the city of Santa Clara, we voted on it twice. 2016, the people of Santa Clara voted to legalize marijuana statewide. 2018, the residents of the city of Santa Clara decided to vote on it for tax. We don't have to have dispensaries. We could have manufacturing. We could have grow shops. City of Santa Clara also has the best power rates, so that may be a draw for people to be bringing their business here. I know the city of San Jose made $17 million last year in revenue from cannabis. I think the city of Santa Clara can make probably half of that. And the reason why is because it's called competition. And when you have nothing on the peninsula and nothing in the East Bay, people will be coming to Santa Clara. Why Santa Clara? Because Santa Clara is a safer city and a cleaner city as well. And I think we could do it a lot better. At the same time, you know, there's some Biden dollars out there. There's some federal money out there, and I think we could be going to grab some of that. So I think, you know, it's going to take this council and a lot of our staff to really go out there and find those dollars, and I will be willing to help as any way possible to get those dollars. There's also the thing I proposed, which was a film commission, and the reason why I proposed that before was because I'm looking at ways that we can start bringing revenue to our city by either through means of Hollywood. We have a stadium. I know if you've ever watched any movies out there, they often use stadiums for their films, as well as certain areas of their downtowns, which we may have a future maybe one day. But I see that these as possible revenue-making areas and ways that we can increase that. But other than that, I think, you know, we have a lot on our plate. I understand where we are in the budget, but, you know, if we don't start making certain decisions now, I think we're going to start paying for it in the future. So, and I'm part of that future, and I inherit the future as well as the next generation. So thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to touch base with a couple of residents mentioned very diligently that we have to do some things at the right time. And I remember when I came to the council in 2018, got elected, 2019, very first council priority session, I brought that business tax thing and it was shut down. Had we have done at that time, I think we would not have been in this position where we are today. And one reason at that time, the market cap for our top 10 companies who were headquartered in the city of Santa Clara was around $500 billion. And you know what is today? It's more than $1 trillion, more than $1 trillion. Each one of these companies are $1 billion companies, and they can afford to give us or share a social responsibility to share the problems we are facing in the city of Santa Clara for the quality of life for the residents of the city of Santa Clara. They can afford it. And I know some of my colleagues said they will run away from here to Austin, Texas, or somewhere else. I bet you none of them will go there when we are not even asking them 1% of their revenue. And what we are asking is very genuine share of what service we are providing them. So that could have helped us then, and it's high time we get it on the ballot in November and get some revenue going from that. Second thing, which I want to touch base, I know City Manager Batra mentioned about opening the positions which can generate revenue. And I know one of the residents also brought that forward, that grant writing people. You know, I also brought the free shuttle program for the city. And what happened? It was also shut down. And since then, let me tell you, since then, Milpitas got almost $1.2 million grant from VTA to run their free shuttle program. Palo Alto got almost 1.5, I'm not exactly with the numbers, $1.5 million to have their free shuttle program. And here we are, we did not look at those programs, we lost all these grants, and we are back to the square one. And finally, we have returned to Cupertino to participate in their extension of the shuttle program. So these are the issues, these are the things we have to think in advance. And when we are talking about thinking in advance means in a good times, not in a very bad times. So these are the issues we should be talking about. And one other thing which I brought forward earlier, very early in when I came to the council was to make our city operations much more efficient, we have to use our IT, we have to use our available resources in the IT department to the best of our use. And I remember that we have a best of SAP, PeopleSoft software, but we are not utilizing it to the extent where we can use it to increase our efficiencies. And that's the one thing I'm still requesting we should be paying attention to that so that we can increase our efficiency and put a top priority on that so that when we are losing or not hiring staff, at least we compensate the quality of life of service providing to the resident through those methods where we can do that. So those are my comments. And you rightly mentioned, we have unfunded liability of more than around $600 million for pension. We have almost more than $500 million for capital investment. We don't have anywhere, 572 to be exact. We have to look at these numbers, and we have to tighten our belt and make sure we do the best what we can do that. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone that gave comments. When we talk about the activities program, I'm not talking about managing the programs directly, but overseeing operators, much like PAL does with BMX and softball. I think that we need to look at where or how we can do things differently. I mean, optimizations or finding efficiencies where we currently have a lot of overlap. Public partnerships, I know we have a lot of public partnerships, but there are a lot of programs that don't have public partnerships. It's one of the things we discussed when we funded the junior theater program, which is we said, well, look to public partnerships. And I'm saying that where there are differences, let's look and see where we can find efficiencies. We could possibly get some of this money from existing programs. We could combine, reduce, or even eliminate city programs where we already have partnerships. For example, we have a swim program separately when we also have partnerships with the Santa Clara Swim Center. The programs have some differences, but the question is it easier and cheaper to make adjustments to a larger program or to bear the overhead of two separate programs? I think that we just need to ask the questions. I'm not saying we should do this, but we need to look at how we do these things. I also see, and I'm looking here, that we have small money. I mean, it's possible to get small money, a couple $1 million here, a couple $100,000 here, money to fix a boiler or perhaps pay for maintenance. But we don't have enough money, and we never aggregate enough money to replace a swim center. I do hear a desire from the public that says, well, we should have some discipline, and we need to put money away every year so that eventually we do have big money. But we'll never get this big money if every time we have small money, we spend it on maintenance. I mean, this is, everyone that has a house or has a car that understands this. And I'm like, we're running a city, and a city is slightly bigger than a house, slightly more expensive and harder to run than a car. I mean, much like the partnership for activities that were suggested for activities, I think that the resident also brought in, we are on the heart of Silicon Valley. Like, maybe we can do the same thing with partnerships to find, commercial partners that could help subsidize the larger projects, maybe even associate their names, put their names on some of these things. Like, I could be a project by, whatever businesses, whatever partnerships we can get. I mean, either way, we're in the heart of Silicon Valley. And it's not, just for the name that they would do this. It was correctly pointed out that, they would want to fund these things. They would want to subsidize our programs so that we can provide services for their employees in the city that they're based in. And I think that this is not nothing. And if we're not looking for these things, I definitely start looking at it for the businesses that I deal with, but it would be really nice if we looked at this everywhere, and we made this a citywide, come work with the city of Santa Clara. Let's see where we can get money, not just for the benefit of Santa Clara, but for the benefit of your businesses and your employees. I love that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So my comments are, prior to the pandemic in 2020, we were actually doing very well. We had a lot in our reserves. We were moving ahead with the related project, which is going to start generating 15 million plus a year into our general fund. Had we had that project up and running right now, we wouldn't even be talking. But Santa Clara relies heavily on sales tax and hotel tax, and that killed us during the pandemic. And that's put us in the position that we're in right now. We also had planned, I know one of the speakers talked today about an infrastructure bond, and some council members said, well, we can do smaller infrastructure bonds. It doesn't work that way. We had planned an infrastructure bond, a large infrastructure bond for Central Park, for the new North Central Park North, for our swim center, for our community centers, for our fire stations. We had planned it for November of 2020. And look what happened. The pandemic hit, we pulled ourselves, we were almost close, we were ready to go in November, we were gearing up for that, the pandemic hit, we had to shut it down. Since then, we have lost sales tax, we have lost hotel tax, which is you're seeing that in our budget now. We pulled again to do another infrastructure bond so that we could do these things that we need to do on our infrastructure and our parks and recreation facilities. We didn't pull high enough in our community, and we're not going to go out and spend a lot of money and go out there and lose a ballot measure. So we have to be very strategic how we do it. That's why we're talking about 2024, going back, hopefully with a recovered economy, with the related project online, so that feeds our general fund. It's important, our businesses are important in our city for our sales tax, and also people have to remember the business to business tax that makes millions into Santa Clara's budget. So we have to think big and look at some of the bigger things that we need to do. We're a year or two away from that, but once we get those coming, and then whether the downtown comes, other projects come, that will start feeding our general fund. But we can't think small, we have to think big, like we always have in Santa Clara. We are the city that thinks big, and we will recover. We're going to recover. I was at the convention center the other day, oh my gosh, it was packed with people and events, so I'm starting to feel that it is coming back. It won't be this year, but I have confidence that we are a wonderful city and people want to be here. That's probably part of the problem. Everybody wants to be here. Everybody wants to live here because we are such a wonderful city. But we will recover. I'm confident of it. But we have to be strategic about how we have our vision needs to be strategic in how we look ahead. So thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Director Lee. Thank you, all the staff, for the report. And we're going to move on now to our regular agenda. City Manager, did you have final comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Just to capture a couple of things, the library room presentation, we can do it next time.
Oh,
it's a very small one, and we can cover it that
very
time.
good. Vice Mayor was asking about that.
And thank you, Councilmember Hardy. The city manager does not need any special authority to hire fire people. I have that authority. And but we are very strategic. I mean, all jokes apart, we have a committee that looks at every position that's requested very diligently and very, methodically, and we'll continue to do that. But we will capture positions, I'm repeating it, that are revenue generating, that are grant funded or developer funded. So, just to make sure businesses are welcome here. And one question was asked, and I'll answer that quickly, about downtown and other things. Yes, you will make those decisions at the next meeting. When you approve the budget, you can either stay limited within the money available, or you can say, no, use this additional money, and then we'll deal with that going down the road. So we'll see you on the budget on the 21st.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm now going to call the Joint City Council Stadium Authority regular meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather this evening, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength and courage and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice for all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read the announcements? AB 23, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and the use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. In addition, if we have any registered lobbyists that are attending this evening and you speak during public comment, we ask that you please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations, as this is in our City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use the Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via publiccomment@santaclaraca.gov. And the comments received during the meeting will be read into the record. So let's now move on with the City Council agenda. So we have reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney, I believe we have a report out.
Yes, we do, Mayor. In item 1C, that was regarding the conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, voluntary petitions for filing of Chapter 11 bankruptcy involving PG&E and related entities. The Councilmember Becker moved and Councilmember Hardy seconded to authorize the filing of an appeal of the bankruptcy court ruling related to the co-tenancy agreement with the California Department of Water Resources. The vote on that was unanimous, with the Vice Mayor abstaining due to his service on the Northern California Power Agency Board.
Thank you, City Attorney. So next we have continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. As with our past practice, I'm going to move up items 11, 12, and 13. Those are written petitions submitted by the public to right after the consent calendar. And then City Manager, do you have the items that need to be heard this evening for us?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So we want to hear today item 4H, 4I, 4J. We have item 4N, 4O, 4Q, and item 5E. And I think that captures it all.
I think there's 2 more.
Oh, there's one. Yeah, there's item number 6. I'm sorry. And item number 8 and 9, actually.
6, 8, and 9.
8 and 9. And Madam Mayor, in the interest of time,
Yes.
if you want to push the Loyalton item, we can come back in July. Let me give you the.
Well, whatever. We'll do these, and then we'll
number
go
7, actually.
7. We'll go to whatever is left, but I want to at least get out of here by midnight if we can.
Yep.
So let's try to get all this done before midnight. All right, everyone? We're an hour behind schedule already. So, okay, thank you very much. All right, next we have a few special orders of business this evening. The first one we have for tonight's special order of business, I would like to introduce Silicon Valley Power's Senior Electric Department Manager for Customer Engagement, Kathleen Hughes. Kathleen will be presenting the City of Santa Clara Silicon Valley Power Scholarship Program awardees for the 2022-2023 school year. Welcome, Kathleen.
Thank you, Mayor. It is nice to be live and in person for this scholarship award again. Oh, thank you. So we haven't done this since 2019, and both of our awardees and their families are here tonight, so thank you for being very patient. Our scholarship program success relies on the efforts of volunteers from our local community who evaluate the applications and select award recipients. Through our independent evaluators, to date, we have awarded 56 recipients over the last 17 years. This year, we had Dorian Cartwright and Eversley Forte, both Santa Clara businessmen and who have served on the Cultural Commission for the City of Santa Clara, and Robert Owens, a board member for the West Valley Mission Community College District, were our evaluators this year. So a big thank you to Dorian again, and Eversley and Robert for your continued contributions to this program and your work on this year's evaluations and all you do for our community. It is my pleasure to recognize 2 outstanding student applications this year chosen by the Evaluation Committee to receive scholarship grants of $5,000 each to be applied to the educational institutions of their choice. Each of our recipients recognized tonight have demonstrated an interest in pursuing a degree in education in a field related to energy services, public power, and/or the power industry. As I call your name, please come up to the podium and we'll take pictures. Hopefully we can take pictures right here, right up here, right after, and with your families. So our first recipient is Osiris Del Rosario Durana, and he is from the Philippines. I don't know. There you are. Come on up. He has spent his undergraduate studies at Mission College pursuing his associate in mechanical engineering and will be attending UC Berkeley in the fall. His interest in the energy industry came from a topical research project last summer to develop a virtual reality simulation of a wind turbine system, which we love. This simulation was created as a teaching tool for future introduction to engineering classes at Mission College to help students learn more about energy transfer. This laid the foundation for his passion in everything sustainable energy related and pursuing a career in sustainable energy. And this is something very dear to my heart. His hope is to work on developing efficient and sustainable power plants to limit climate change impacts. Osiris drive does not end there. His passion for music, from the early beginnings, learning the clarinet, which I've done, leading to his high school marching band, in the marching band as a drum major, so a little switch from the clarinet. And he was a part of the 2019 Santa Clara Vanguard Cadets Drum and Bugle Corps and the 2020 Santa Clara Vanguard. Congratulations. And our next recipient is Surya Talavarhula, graduated from Wilcox High School and will be pursuing a degree in physics at UC Berkeley. So they're both going to Berkeley, so congratulations to that. Surya finds scientific process captivating, often applying the process in not only his studies, but in real life. He strongly relies on this process to ensure enough evidence and testing has been conducted to reach a sound conclusion, and he's always questioning, which is fantastic. We need that. But this dedication to science has been exhibited through many years of participation in STEM events. So he won first place in the Silicon Valley Synopsys Science Fair. He presented at the California State Science Fair. He was an entrant for the Broadcom Masters, which I had to look up because it is a society for science STEM competition, which I did not know. And he was a 2019 Google Science Fair Top 100 regional finalist. And I said but really there's more. He was a Junior Science and Humanities Symposium semi-finalist. And finally, he won first place at the Xylem Global Student Innovation Challenge. So in his spare time, for fun, he plays air guitar, and he is very skilled at the piano and has been an avid member of the Boy Scouts, earning his Eagle rank. So congratulations. And to keep this brief, to wrap up, we really need the passion, the determination, and the inquisitive minds like both of yours to really be the leaders, the innovators, to shape the world in which we live today and the world we want to continue living in tomorrow. So we look forward to seeing your contributions in science and energy. And I want to say congratulations officially to our 2022 Scholarship Award winners. And if you need internships or capstone projects, come see us next year too. So thank you.
Kathleen, did you bring the contracts for them to sign for Silicon Valley Power?
Internships.
Yes, they can sign right before they get their certificate.
We do a lot of stuff with Berkeley, So I'm going to present these, and then we can go ahead.
Okay, let's all come down for a photo.
Excellent. All right, ready? And 1, 2, 3. I'm doing a little bit higher here. 1, 2, 3. And anyone else that wants to take pictures? Ready? 1,
Okay, who's next? Thank you. All right, as part of our next special order of business, we acknowledge the generous donations from local organizations, including Intel, Google, O2 Micro, and Silicon Valley Christian Assembly, which have been invaluable in providing the community and city employees with essential resources during the COVID-19 emergency. These donations included personal protective equipment and hand sanitizer, benefiting our city staff deployed as disaster service workers working at food distribution centers during the pandemic. The generosity of these local organizations also made it possible for the city to provide free face coverings to members of the public, as well as healthcare staff at Kaiser Permanente Santa Clara Medical Center, skilled nursing facilities, and community care facilities. We commend and appreciate the generosity of our local partners who provided these donations to support the City of Santa Clara during its response to the COVID-19 emergency. With us today, we have Alice Liu from Google, YouTube, and Dan Myberg from O2 Micro International joining us on Zoom. And in person, we have Aaron Yu and Jeff Zhao from the Silicon Valley Christian Assembly, and Rita Holliday from Intel Corporation, and I think I saw her online as well. There she is. Hi, Rita. On behalf of the mayor and on behalf of me and the city council, we invite you to all accept our letters of acceptance and appreciation, and invite all of you to join us for a photo. I don't know how you're going to do it, Dan and Rita, but we'd like to invite you forward to join us for a photo down here. So do we have Aaron here and Jeff? Oh, yes, please come forward. Thank you. Rita and Dan will make sure we give you yours, your letters as well.
Thank you.
4 of us are out somewhere, you take 3 of us, then you take his picture, then you you can't even tell. Exactly.
I'd say Rita and Dan, would you like to say something since you're joining us virtually? Rita?
Just on behalf of Intel, we're very proud citizens of the city of Santa Clara, and it's our honor, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and members of the staff to accept this wonderful presentation, and we're very, very honored. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rita. Dan?
We lost him.
Oh. Lost Dan.
I'm still here. Can you guys hear me?
There you go. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. I had some last minute travel, so I'm sorry I couldn't be there. But this is Daniel Meiber, Director of Community Development and Investor Relations for O2 Micro. Again, I had an emergency business trip I had to go on.
You're frozen in time, Dan.
We've been long-time business partners with Santa Clara, and like Intel and others, we're just feeling we're doing our small part to support the citizens and first responders of our very precious community. So thank you all for this wonderful, wonderful recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to also ask Aaron and Jeff if they'd like to come forward and say something.
Just very briefly, I share in your goal, Mayor, of having you out of here by midnight. Early on in the pandemic, when there was a nationwide shortage of PPE, our church was blessed and we received unsolicited donations of face masks from all over the world and our church partners. And we were just very fortunate and very blessed to be able to share that with the community. We actually were able, throughout the course of the pandemic, to donate over 100,000 masks to hospitals, to the city, to senior centers. And so, SVCA has been around since 2007. We're relatively new to the city. We're in Councilmember Chahal's district, but as we've seen the city develop and grow around us, we just look forward to continuing to be a blessing to the city and to its community, and we thank you so much for this unexpected but very generous recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. And to all of you, we appreciate your generosity to our businesses and our faith-based organizations. We appreciate your generosity, especially at a time when we were so low on supplies and we didn't know what to do and everything was so scarce. You really came through for us and kept our employees safe. So thank you all very much for what you've done for us. We appreciate it. Okay, our next special order of business is a verbal report from the city manager regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the public, and members of council. You all know our emergency services officer, Lisa Schoenthal. She normally gives this update, but due to family circumstances, she couldn't be here today, so it was delegated upwards to me. And I'll just read the update, and then after that, the next item is the local drought.
If you could go into that as well.
So
thank you, City
for
Manager.
that, we have Shilpa Mehta here. She's the Assistant Director in Water and Sewer. So I'll start with the COVID update, and this is as provided by the County Health Department. So this status update on the state of COVID-19 emergency is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. So on the data side, on June 2nd, 2022, the CDC categorized the level of COVID in the community as high in Santa Clara County among the categories of low, moderate, and high. So it's slightly on the higher side. Now it's going up with a spike. On May 25th, Santa Clara County Public Health Officer Dr. Sarah Cody provided a COVID-19 update to the county's Health and Hospital Committee. She explained that our county is in its 6th wave and that all indicators tell us rates will continue to rise into mid-June until they level off. We have also seen an uptick in cases in our own organization over the past month. On a positive note, Dr. Cody also reported that we have high vaccination and booster rates in the county. So even though we have high community transmission, our hospitals are doing relatively well. Testing in Santa Clara. So COVID testing will take place at the Community Recreation Center at 969 Kiley Boulevard on June 8th, which was today, actually. No, it's tomorrow. I'm sorry. Testing will return to the Central Park Library on June 22nd and the second and fourth Wednesdays through August. Appointments for all testing opportunities may be made at sccfreetest.org. I'll repeat that, sccfree, F-R-E-E, test, T-E-S-T.org, where information on the availability of at-home antigen test is also available. This concludes the update. We'll be back in 60 days with the next update. So with that, I'll turn over to Shilpa now for the water drought situation.
Thank you. Welcome, Shilpa.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Update on severe drought emergency. This status update on the state of the severe drought emergency is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. California is in the third year of a drought and has had a record dry period for January through May. The U.S. Drought Monitor report from May 24, 2022 states that the county remains in severe drought. Nearly 60% of the state is now in extreme drought. On May 24, 2022, the State Water Resources Control Board passed an emergency water conservation regulation, which bans irrigating turf at commercial, industrial, and institutional properties, such as grass in front of or next to large industrial or commercial buildings. Does not include watering turf used for recreation or other community purposes, water used at residences, or water to maintain trees. It requires all urban water suppliers to implement water conservation actions under Level 2 of their water shortage contingency plans. And it requires urban water suppliers to fast-track supply and demand assessment to plan for potential extended dry conditions. In May, Valley Water approved the landscape conservation rebate application for Santa Clara City Hall, which is 4,182 square feet of turf, and Mission City Memorial Park, which is 37,970 square feet of turf. Each has received its notice to proceed following plant list submission. New landscapes will be comprised almost entirely of California native plants, which with inline drip irrigation. Staff anticipates considerable water savings with the completion of these projects. The city continues public outreach regarding water conservation, sustainable actions through city website updates, increased Gov delivery e-news, and social media messaging, blogs, home water report messaging, billboards, and distribution of water-saving devices. Santa Clarans continue their efforts to conserve despite the dry start of the year. Santa Clara's cumulative water savings from June 2021 through April 2022 was 3.2% compared to 2019 and 5.8% compared to 2020. Residents and businesses should continue to work to reduce water use. Residents can go to the city website, www.santaclaraca.gov, Save Our Water for water-saving tips and information about rebates available to Santa Clara customers. We are encouraging our residents and businesses to visit our water conservation webpage at www.santaclaraca.gov, Save Our Water, for the most up-to-date information and programs for Santa Clarans. On or before July 1st, in accordance with Water Code 10632.1, the City of Santa Clara is required to prepare and submit an annual water supply and demand assessment for submittal to the Department of Water Resources. The assessment was developed per procedures outlined in Section 8.2 of the city's 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, adopted on June 9, 2021. The assessment evaluates reliability of the city's water supply to meet projected water demands for the upcoming fiscal year, July 1, 2022 to June 30, 2023. The city staff has completed a preliminary report which considers treated water supply reductions in response to the drought from the city's wholesalers, SFPUC, and Santa Clara Valley Water District. The assessment has determined that current supplies are adequate to meet projected water demand for the next fiscal year without any additional response action required. This concludes the severe drought update. We will be back in 60 days with the next drought update.
Thank you so much, Shilpa. Can I ask you a question for our residents? Are we still limited to watering outdoors twice a week, or has that changed?
Currently, yes, it is twice a week.
Okay. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for either report from the council? No questions? All right. Anyone from the audience have questions? No? Thank you very much, City Manager and Shilpa, for those reports. All right. So we have our next special order of business, which is presentation by Cultural Commission on the Surviving COVID Pocket Exhibition winner, upcoming special events and projects. So I'd like to introduce Deborah Von Hune, Chair of our Cultural Commission. Chair Von Hune has served on the Cultural Commission for 5 years. She will be providing an update on the Cultural Commission's work plan, including upcoming special events and projects, as well as surviving COVID pocket exhibition winners. So welcome, Deborah. There we go.
So our commissioners this year are myself, Vice Chair Candida Diaz, Commissioner Luis Samara, Commissioner Jennifer Garcia Vargas, Commissioner Jonathan Marinaro, Commissioner Paul McNamara, and Commissioner Sid Sandaram. We've had these 5 work goals to guide our planning over this past year, and each goal is supported by a subcommittee that takes action and makes plans. So we'll review our goals and update our 2023 goals in the coming year. First, I want to thank the city staff that supported us throughout this year to help us implement all of our accomplishments. Kim Castro, the Recreation Manager, Susan Diat, the Recreation Supervisor, and Tyler Freitas, the Recreation Coordinator. Thank you very much to city staff. I'd also like to add that in our last meeting, last night, the last meeting for the fiscal year, we voted for a new chair and vice chair for the Cultural Commission. And we voted in Commissioner Candida Diaz for the upcoming chair.
Who's here, right here. Yes.
And Luis Samara will be the vice chair.
Congratulations. Yay.
So next slide, please. We're very excited to invite everyone back to our concerts in the park. We've missed them the last 2 years while we were learning how to live with COVID. So we can't wait to see everybody. The first concert will be on the north side in Live Oak Park on July 22nd. And then we'll have 3 subsequent concerts in the Central Park, July 29th, August 12th, and October 7th. Next slide, yes. We are also really excited to be bringing back the Franklin Street Dance. So mark your calendars, everyone. We'll have a great band called Pop Fiction, which seems to be running the gamut from Bruno Mars to Frank Sinatra and everything in between. So it's always a great community event, and we'd love to see everyone there. Next slide. In this past year, we did the utility box program by district, and Commissioner Diaz actually ran that program. So Commissioner Diaz, would you like to come up and talk for a minute?
Thank you. So in April of 2021, the Commission identified 6 utility boxes, 1 per district, along with the Public Works Department, and we hosted a call for artists. The theme for that year was solidarity, resilience, and hope. We received 22 submissions, and from there chose 6 artists to work with. Over the summer and early fall of 2021, 5 boxes were completed, and here are some photos of the boxes. In District 1, an Agnew and Harrigan, Betty Nguyen's Cycle of Mythical Survival. In District 2, in Bowers and Mead, in front of the Key Point Credit Union, Munasa Sundaram, Sticker Together. District 3, Monroe and Nobley, near the CPK and the Monticello Center, it's Helen Kong's Together. District 4, Benton and Moraga, in front of Santa Clara High School, we have Kushi Kolte's Unity and Diversity. District 5, unfortunately, we weren't able to get that completed with the artist. District 6, Prune Ridge and Saratoga, in front of the 7-Eleven there, we have Angela Lopez's Solidarity, Resilience, and Hope. We're going to be opening a new call for artists beginning this Monday, June 13th, and it will be closing on Tuesday, July 5th. And the theme for this cycle is renewal. So we have identified 1 box per district, again, going forward with the same plan that we had previously. So we're really excited, and we hope to see lots of artists submit their art for this next period.
Right.
Thank you.
Also, in this past year, we've migrated the Cultural Commission's Art Walk page to a Google map. So it's an interactive map, and residents can use that to guide their own walking tours or tours of the utility boxes and any other sculptures that we have in the public space in Santa Clara. On our communication and social media subcommittee, we ran the Halloween and the holiday home decorating contests, and those were run completely virtually this year. We also launched the commemorative coloring book with a new page for each month to celebrate what we were commemorating for that month. For example, March was Women's History Month, and that's available for anyone to print out and share with their children at home or to color themselves. Moving on to the Surviving COVID exhibition, we actually did the initial call for artists last March and had several delays, including not quite being over COVID yet. But we had categories for 17 and under, and then adult, 18 and over. We had artwork in a range of expressions, everything from pencil drawings and oils and acrylics and chalk to interpretive dance and spoken word and everything in between. It was really quite an honor and a privilege to see all of the entries that were submitted by our local artists. Oh, sorry, could you go back one more? So the semifinalists were selected this past April. We have a video that's being prepared by the Triton Museum that should be available tomorrow, or at least this week, that we'll be sharing on our Cultural Commission social pages as well as city pages. And we encourage everybody to look at all 17 of the entries that came in that were selected as semifinalists. And then the Triton Museum will have an actual display of the winners July 23rd through August 14th, ending with a reception for the artists and their families. So moving on to the next slide, thanks. This was the first place in the adult category. The artist was Paul Ransahoff, of a young child reaching for its new mother who's wearing a mask. Paul planned to be here tonight, but he sent us this email yesterday, which he gave me his permission to read. I regret that I will not be able, after all, to attend the City Council meeting tomorrow, June 7th. I have had a significant exposure to COVID in my family. I would not be comfortable spreading the risk by meeting council members. It is a sad irony that the recognition of an artwork for a show dedicated to surviving COVID can be impacted by the pandemic itself, but that is a phenomenon of our times. Please let me know how I can pick up the certificate or if it can be mailed, and I look forward to the Triton exhibit of the work. Please convey my warm thanks and gratitude to the Council and the Cultural Commission for their work in developing this valuable project. So moving on. In the youth category, we awarded Kushi Kolte the entire award that was for that category. She submitted 3 pieces, and this one was selected as a finalist. We are all in this together. So she shows how the vaccine will help us all. slide. Oh, excuse me, is Kushi on the line? Is she on Zoom?
Is she Assistant City Clerk?
No? Okay. The second place in the adult category was by Mithili Katapali, called Trapped. And she reflects in here both the fear that she felt during the lightning and the fires and the earthquakes and orders and everything, and then the safety that she felt with her family. And is Mithili on the line?
She's here, I think. I
Oh,
know
she
I
is.
have a certificate for her. so. That is absolutely stunning and beautiful.
So let's see, we'll get you your certificate, and then if you would like to stand here for a moment, and then you'll have an opportunity to have a photograph taken as well. Thanks. And then finally, third place was a spoken word. So we can't really show that here, but I have an excerpt of the words here, and we'll be showing that at the Triton Museum as well with an interactive display so that you can listen to the entire message. And is Bennett? I don't think
Bennett's here as well.
Come on down. Great. Thank you. We've got this in an MP3 form. You might be able to click on it. But again, we really look forward to honoring you at the Triton Museum as well, and displaying your art pieces and entries for everyone to see. So with that, I'll just wrap this up and then we'll take pictures. One more thing that we have, it's actually a multi-year project, is obtaining an Our Town grant from the National Endowment for the Arts in order to develop an arts master plan. We feel that it's really important to have arts included in all conversations about future developments, including the new downtown, related, and the Patrick Henry project, and anything else that comes online. It does require a partnership between the city and another entity, local government entity, so we've been talking to Santa Clara University. They would need to match the funds that we're requesting from the National Endowment for the Arts. And that was kind of put on hold as the new president was named at Santa Clara University. So we hope to pick that up again as soon as she takes her office. And instead of August this year, we'll be applying for the grant in August next year. So that's everything we've been doing this year, all virtually. And we're really, really happy that we're able to come back and do some live events.
Thank you, Deborah Von Hune, for your leadership on the Cultural Commission this last year. You have done incredible work, and you've all been so busy, and it's so impressive to see the utility boxes scheduling the concerts in the park, which we need those so badly, I have to say. I used to call you the commission of fun, but I haven't seen you in a couple of years, so it looks like the fun is coming back to Santa Clara.
Yes, indeed.
We have our downtown Franklin Mall street dance is so fun. But to have these gifted artists here and to have that event at the Triton, can you make sure to please invite us to that so that we can all come and view, and then we can get it out to the public so that everybody can view these wonderful masterpieces for what you've done. But thank you so much, and Candida, you have some big shoes to fill here this coming up year because we expect a lot from our Cultural Commission, you too, Louis. So, so thank you. But we have our honorees here this evening, so why don't the council members come up front and we can give you your certificates and honor you for your wonderful works. Thank you again, Cultural Commissioners. All right. Need some in there. All right, and finally, for our last special order of business, the city officially proclaims the month of June as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, LGBTQIA+ Pride Month. On June 3rd, for the 6th year in a row, we raised the Progress Pride flag over City Hall to celebrate Pride Month at our flag-raising ceremony. Pride Month is an important time to recognize the need to continue to advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusiveness among all communities. With this proclamation, we acknowledge all those who have made courageous contributions and sacrifices to push society in the right direction, to have acceptance of all identities. During the flag ceremony, Gabrielle Antolovich from the Billy DeFrank LGBTQ Community Center helped us raise the Progress Pride flag and was at the inaugural event in 2017. As board president, Gabrielle is committed to political advocacy and has implemented programs that support the vast and diverse needs of the South Bay community of LGBTQIA+ individuals. With that, I'd like to invite Gabrielle Antolovich up to the podium to say a few words. Welcome.
Thank you so much. It's great being in person and to see you again. I've been sitting here wondering, what can I say that's really important? Many years ago, most of the LGBTQ community were undercover in the closet. They were CEOs, important people in politics, but nobody knew about it. And people of color were not really very visible. And what has happened is an evolution, that people have come out of the closet. I think it's great that you have Anthony Becker, an openly gay elected official on the city council. I think it's not only wonderful that you are out, but that you are embraced by the city council and also the city as an openly gay man. And that is so commendable. And I want to say that it wasn't that long ago that we saw how we wanted farm workers to come and work the farms and have terrible conditions. And then when Cesar Chavez said, no, we want to have better conditions, better wages, we want to live like Americans. And the attitude was, well, who are you to do that? And the same thing with President Obama. Who are you as a dark-skinned person be president of the United States? And I've had that experience myself when I first became the executive director of a previous nonprofit. I was good friends with a number of people who were executive directors. They loved me as long as I was a nobody. And then as soon as I became an executive director, this guy literally said, who are you to be an executive director of a nonprofit? And he turned his back to me, and we were in a meeting of executive directors. And I will never forget how that stabbed me through the heart. Who are you to be in the world? And I'm sure there are these sports people that are irked that the women won a lawsuit to get equal pay as sports women. Who are they to be paid equally? You know, and this attitude is very prevalent. The more we come out, the more we are out all over the place. And it happens to all minorities, including our LGBTQ+ community. And there are many openly LGBTs out there now, and people saying, who are you to be a CEO? Who are you to be an elected official and make decisions and listen to the people? Who are you to be a human being? And I can really feel it a lot lately. And with all of the mass shootings that are going on, that is the attitude. Who are you to live? Who are you to be on this planet? And I refuse to step down, step back, and hide. I will never do that, because who am I to be who am I? You know? And I will never stop, because there are people out there that need to see that we won't step down. And I have watched so many people with dignity to take the garbage, because they knew that if they step down, other people will be hurt. And so, Anthony Becker, never go back into the closet. Anthony Becker, be a successful elected official, no matter where you go from here. You know, keep growing. And please, City Council, embrace him for who he is, and everybody else who is a minority, embrace who you are and do better and better. And, you know, this is a whole new world. And COVID has incubated either greater negativity or greater positivity. So I came out of it pretty good. So anyway, thank you for the commendation. It means a lot. The flag flying means a lot. It means you embrace our community and every other community, because the new flag has brown and black and, you know, every piece of the community in it. So thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle, but don't go anywhere. I want to see if Councilmember Becker would like to make some comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Gabrielle. You know, it's funny, almost 20 years ago, I graduated high school in 2003, and back then, I was afraid of who I was. I mean, in high school, I had to deny who I was. I was picked on, I was beat up almost every week. I was called names that I won't even say here. And going through that made me question on who I was and what my identity was. I realized, you know, I can't hide who I was anymore, so I broke that closet door. And I came out on who I was. My first ally was probably my hardest ally to convince, was my father. As much as I was afraid to tell him on who I was and who I loved, he found a way to love me for who I am, and he accepted me for who I am. And I will never forget that, because, you know, when he left this world, he said he loved me, and I said I loved him back. And the thing is that to this day, I still am afraid sometimes of who I am, because we are giving back into hate. We are letting it back in. We are having attacks on reproductive rights right now for women. And I think that is just going to open the door for coming after queer rights next. And if it wasn't for my parents, if it wasn't for my friends, if it wasn't for my council colleagues here, or the staff, or you, the public, I don't know what I would do. I don't, because you guys support me, you support my community, and you really make things a lot better place, especially here in the city of Santa Clara. And I have to say, years ago, when I was first a young gay man at the young age of 23, and a lot more hair back then, there was Councilmember Jamie McLeod, and she was the first council member I ever met here in these chambers, right out that side, that room right there. And I shook her hand, and I thought, if she can do it, I can do it. And if I can do it, anybody out there who's different can do it, because we all have a place. And here in the city of Santa Clara, that place is home. And, you know, I see things out there to this day. You know, like I said, I'm still afraid sometimes to be out there holding my partner's hand in public. just because we opened this door to hate to coming back. And I see things out there to this day that's saying, recall the locust hanging fruit. Those words mean a lot. And those words mean something that was from the past. So we have to really educate ourselves. We have to work together. We have to be friends. We can be disagreements. But when we go to the petty attacks like that, that's just wrong. And I think this council, the staff, and the people of Santa Clara are a lot more intelligent than that. And we will do everything in our power to make things happier. You know, someone you... Sorry. A year ago, my employer, I was wearing my rainbow mask to work. And it was actually the day before we rose the pride flag out here at City Hall. And my employer told me that I had to remove my face mask, my rainbow pride face mask, which was actually in compliance with the policy. They told me I had to remove my mask, and I said, that is discrimination. And I said, that is a violation of my civil rights. I no longer work at that place anymore. They actually let me go. And to this day, it breaks my heart. It put me through a lot of stress and a lot of doubt on because of who I am. So it's really hard to talk about because it put a lot of stress on me. And a person should not have to choose their paycheck over their civil rights. So someone you know out there is gay. Someone you know out there is bi. Someone you know out there is transgender, and you know maybe they're even someone you know. So think before you speak hate. Love each other and show that love as much as you can. And I thank all my council colleagues here for supporting me, as well as our staff and the city of Santa Clara, where we are the center of what's possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker. And don't go anywhere yet, because before we move on, I want to share a special video message from our former city council member, Jamie McLeod, that I arranged. And she's talking about Pride Month. So when you're ready, staff, if you play that message.
Hey, everyone. I want to say happy Pride on this celebration of raising of the rainbow flag. I am so grateful that the city of Santa Clara has taken up this tradition and does this now every year. My name is Jamie McLeod Skinner, and I had the distinct honor and privilege of serving on the Santa Clara City Council from 2004 to 2012. And even though I have since returned to Oregon since my time on the council, I maintain and retain a tremendous gratitude for the lessons I learned, both in terms of public service, but also in terms of finding ways to work together as a group and as a council. You know, when I served on the council, we had different ideas and different perspectives on things. But when our philosophy and our approach and our starting point was serving Santa Clarans in the best interests of the community, we found a way forward. And that was a great learning that I took away that I greatly appreciate. I want to say that I, especially on the issues of pride, I am tremendously grateful for then Councilmember and now Mayor Gilmore's continued support and constant support in public and in private of the LGBTQ community and of supporting all Santa Clarans. I saw it and I am incredibly grateful for it. I also want to say on a personal level that what I think of when I think of pride is the takeaways that I've had in my life and my experiences and how they've informed my public service. You know, I came out as young adults and have had experiences with homophobia, and some of them incredibly unpleasant. And what I took away from that is developing an empathy for others. So, for example, I don't know what it's like to be a woman wearing a hijab and experience Islamophobia, but I do know what it's like to have someone look at you with complete ignorance of who you are and treat you poorly just because of bias. Those are the things that celebrations of pride allow us to reflect on and move beyond. And so while we celebrate pride, it is a celebration of the diversity of our community, But for me, it's also very much a celebration of the allies who help to support us and of being an ally to communities, not just the LGBTQ community, but of all communities and the diversity that Santa Clarans bring, Californians bring, and all Americans bring to this joint experience of building a better democracy, finding ways to work together, even through our different ideas and disagreements, to better and stronger and healthier communities. That was my experience on the Santa Clara City Council, and it's an experience I wish for everyone and a path forward. Thank you all again for allowing me to join you in this celebration. Thank you for raising of the rainbow flag and showing that respect to the community, and happy Pride.
Thank you for playing that, staff. So, and hopefully from a former Santa Clara City Council member will be the next Congresswoman from Oregon. So let's cross our fingers for Jamie. So now, Gabrielle, if you'd like to join us down, we have a commendation for you, and we can get some photos.
Let me take a picture for you on your phone. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, moving on to the balance of the agenda. The next item we have is the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. Do we have any items that are to be pulled for discussion by the City Council or any member of the public? Councilmember Jane.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to say that I need to recuse of item 4H because I have a financial interest in the company that is involved here.
4H, did you get that, Assistant City Clerk? Okay, Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, I have nothing to pull, but I'd like to make a motion for the remaining balance of the consent, or motion to approve the consent calendar.
All right, motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to note for the record that 4A, for the minutes of February 22nd, there was a clerical error, and that was fixed and forwarded to council for your approval.
Okay, so we have that noted for the record. So motion second on the consent calendar. I'm going to say the entire consent calendar. Yay. Oh, woo. Okay, we're really moving. All right. Roll call vote. You have to do the roll call vote, right? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the next item are I moved up the 3 written petitions. They are 11, 12, and 13. We're going to take them one at a time. They are 030 policies. Motions are to refer them to a future council agenda. We will not have discussion on the actual merits of the request. So first, we have an action on a written petition submitted by Armando Gary Ferris to place an agenda item at a future council meeting to discuss recognizing Juneteenth as a city holiday in Santa Clara. Mr. Ferris, did you want to say something about that? Welcome. Oh, let's turn it on. Why does it keep turning off?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I will say that tonight's a great night for this particular motion or petition for the council because we are celebrating the diversity and of the culture of the city of Santa Clara that makes Santa Clara such a wonderful place to live. I look up here at the dais and the platform with the staff, and I can't help but to notice the wonderful diversity of the council as well as the staff of the city of Santa Clara. I think the time is right to follow suit of the federal government as well as many surrounding communities and declare Juneteenth as a holiday to celebrate yet one more small segment of the cultural diversity of our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So do we have a motion to submit this for a future council agenda, submit it to staff and get some information back? Vice Mayor Jane?
Second.
Yeah, I would like for our interim city attorney to weigh in on this because I believe this is a labor issue and it's not clear whether these should be coming to the council.
Mayor and council, this is an issue that currently is being bargained with the represented units of the city. In light of that, the recommendation on the staff side would be to have council direct that back to the staff to work through the bargaining process and ultimately return that item to the council in that forum.
So can I make that motion?
I think we had a motion and a second on the floor already.
Can I make a substitute motion?
Yeah, Kathy made the motion. I seconded it, but
To refer to staff?
to refer to staff.
Bring back eventually to council.
So that'll be fine. I'll agree to that.
Okay. Motion second. Is there any other discussion on this item? Do we have anyone online, Assistant City Clerk? Or comments?
There are no hands, and I have no written comment on this.
Okay, thank you. So roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe? Yes. Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Gary. All right, next we have item number 12, action on 3 written petitions submitted by Craig Larson, Charlotte Bobeck, and Terry Peters to place an agenda item at a future council meeting to discuss Santa Clara tree canopy advocacy. I see we have Craig Larson here. Welcome.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Gilmore and the city council members. It's great to see you all here in person, and I missed the bingo lights, by the way.
Me too.
Kind of a feature that has gone by the wayside. So per 2020 mitigation report, over 400 Modesto ash trees were subject to evaluation and removal. Some of the trees recently we lost recently on our local streets, which are Bowers and Wade, were due to tree disease, rot, or other natural factors. However, the current tree removal plan favors removing trees for whatever reason rather than seeking ways to preserve those trees. I live on a street corner, and thus we have 2 Modesto ash trees which appear to be in good health. These trees provide shade for our home, shade for our curbside parking. We live across the street from an elementary school, so we get a lot of parking there. They provide an environment for wildlife and many other benefits. I had one concern with our trees and received a visit from the city arborist who stated that any issue with a Modesto ash tree would result in its removal. There was no mention of preservation. I know we have Modesto ash trees of varying degrees of health. I feel we should do more to preserve the health of the trees as best we can. For example, our neighbor's Modesto ash tree has a limb supported by a cable which is attached to an adjacent branch to support it. My fellow tree advocates could not attend tonight. Charlotte may be online. We choose to advocate because we believe in the idea that trees are more than the obvious benefits they provide, and because of this, they need someone to be their voice in government. As Dr. Seuss said, we intend to speak for the trees. So the purpose of our agenda is to provide tree advocacy to protect the existing tree canopy, review the 2021 risk mitigation report, tree advocacy proposal, ours. Cutting down so many Modesto ash trees within 3 to 4 years will be devastating to the existing canopy, especially with our current drought conditions. As the LORAC said, unless someone like you cares a whole lot, an awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Thanks for listening to our proposal, and we hope that it passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Becker?
Yes, thank you. Love your shirt. Big fan as a kid of the Lorax, so I really appreciate
My suggestion.
I love it. That's my favorite book as a kid. I would like to make a motion to put this on a future agenda.
Let's second that, especially keeping in with the climate changes we are seeing, and we need the green canopy. Yes, worth discussing.
Motion and a second to put it on a future agenda. Do we have any other discussion on this? Any comments from the public? We do?
We have Charlotte on the line.
Oh, is Charlotte on? Okay. Yes, let's please zoom her in. Charlotte, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. After Charlotte. Go ahead, Charlotte. You have time.
Okay, I don't know how, okay.
Hello, Charlotte? Is she still there?
I'm still here.
Okay, go ahead, Charlotte.
Okay, great. I won't take a lot of time. Craig really has said everything for our little group that we got together. Thank you, Craig, for taking the lead on this, and thank you for advancing us to the agenda. And I just would like to say that, just to add to what Craig had said, I live on Sunset Drive, and in the past 2 years, we've had 9 trees cut down on our street. So our canopy is pretty much gone. And I have been to the Amazon twice in Peru, and I could say that I could really feel like, you know, that canopy and what we really need here to protect just our own community, especially in our drought conditions. It's a lot of work. I'm still spending a lot of time trying to build my own little little greenery around my house again. I did get another city tree just in the last couple of weeks, and I'm really happy to have it, but it's going to take a while to grow and to add to the canopy. So thank you so much for adding us to agenda. And with that, I will just relinquish the rest of my time.
Thank you, Charlotte. And we have this gentleman here. If you'd like to speak, please come forward. You can speak at the microphone here.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
See, my goal is stop global warming today, not tomorrow, today, because global warming is destroying us. The weather is getting very radical. So my proposal is one solar system on every roof, residential and commercial, including all the big parking lots and also the big structures. That can be implemented. If we can implement it with your help and your support, and we can roll up a plan. See, a lot of companies, solar companies, they're offering the solar systems with no money down, with no money. And then they collect the money for the usage of the solar systems. And also because they install extra panels, so that extra energy, they sell it to the grid. So that way, that's how they can make their money back. So if you support me and help me with this, and we can start rolling this plan, this can be the solution, because this one is free. This one is free, and we can get it, we can use it. And unfortunately, it haven't been used the way they're supposed to be. You know, and also I noticed that the Caltrain that is going to turn Cal Mall, they are electrifying the trains, but they are going to keep using the electricity from the grid, which is produced with fossil fuels. So still they are contaminating. So my proposal is they have a lot of parking lots and a lot of parking structures all along the system. So if they install one solar system on every parking lot and every parking structure, they can offset the usage of the electricity from the grid, and then use this one to fuel the trains and save our planet.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that information and your sign too, and the sun.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you have
Betsy, go ahead, Betsy.
I thank you. Betsy Magus. I wasn't planning to speak on this item, but I'm here, and I would like to support putting this on a future agenda, not only to scrutinize whether perhaps we can save some of the Modesto ash that remains along the Los Padres corridor and adjacent streets, but also speaking with some of the neighbors who have had these trees removed from their yards, whether we could perhaps work to prioritize replacing the trees that were removed. There's a gentleman who lives a few blocks over from me who had a tree removed from his front yard back in February or March, perhaps. And he was promised a tree next week, and he still has no tree. And it's June, and he has no idea when he's going to get a tree to replace it. Trees are vital for all of the reasons that we already know about, not least that they are some of the best defenses we have against overheating the city, but against being a heat island. And I know that I appreciate all of the mature trees that we have when I walk underneath them, when I circulate on foot or on a bike. So thank you for putting this on a future agenda, please.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other comments from any public members? Anyone here? Okay, so we have a motion and a second to put this on a future agenda, and well, let's see if it passes first. Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, that passes unanimously. And City Manager, if your staff would notify the 3 petitioners, Craig Larson, Charlotte Bobeck, and Terry Peters, when this item will appear on the agenda so that they know when to come back. All right, and thank you very much for presenting that. All right, our next written petition is action on a written petition submitted by Brian Doyle to place an agenda item at a future council meeting to discuss an explanation by Councilmember Kevin Park of the apparent inconsistent statements in official filings regarding his employment and sources of income. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, former colleagues, and fellow residents. I'm Brian Doyle. I am a resident of District 5. Mayor, I had a question. It was my understanding that for written petitions, there was a 5-minute allowance for speaking, 2 or 3? So if I come back on, all right. Okay, just for the benefit of the public, I'm going to read very quickly. There are some inconsistencies.
Let's start all over again, if you don't mind. Okay, thank you.
There are some serious inconsistencies in official filings by Councilmember Kevin Park that indicate at best an unacceptable level of deceit and at worst perjury. On August 4th, 2020, Kevin Park submitted a Form 700 in conjunction with his candidacy on which he declared that he had no reportable interest of any kind. He signed his name under a penalty of perjury. On August 6th, Mr. Park signed and filed an official filing form entitled ballot designation worksheet in which he stated his justification for ballot designation as manager to be his job title for the employer TCS, and that he held the job from February 2017 through present, i.e. August 6, 2020. He then filed another Form 700 in December in which he also said he had no income for the 12-month period prior to that date. So the inconsistencies are that there was no income stated, yet he said he had a job up until August 17th. He would have had to report on his Form 700 any income that he had received in the 12 months prior to August 2020. So there's a real inconsistency there that seems inexplicable. The most basic element of ethics is honesty. The public records show that Mr. Park signed and submitted 2 official forms that contain statements, one or the other of which appear to be false. If there is an innocent explanation, Mr. Park should take the opportunity to vindicate himself. If he indeed was dishonest in the filing, then this is the opportunity for Mr. Park to apologize and ask the public for forgiveness. Either way, the public deserves an explanation. At the June 8, 2021 council meeting to censure Councilmember Watanabe, Mr. Park stated that he had 2 questions. Was Kathy racist? Maybe, maybe not. That's what he said. Was she untruthful? Yes. And that's why he went on to censure her. By Mr. Park's own words, a council member's untruthfulness ought to be dealt with in public at a council meeting. Please do not vote to cover this up. The public deserves to know exactly what happened here.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. City Attorney, we get some advice, please?
Mayor and Council, this item is being brought forward by your former city attorney, who has also filed a claim against the city related to his former employment. He has also sought public records and engaged in pre-litigation actions against the city to date. My recommendation is to not engage in public discussion related to your former city attorney or items that may relate to the litigation. That would include requests that would come up even in the 030 category until the litigation is resolved.
Vice Mayor Jane?
I had the same request, so.
Well, I would support putting it on a future agenda. I'm not talking about anything about the person making the request. I think that this is a legitimate request, and if we keep to the subject matter, I think that it deserves to be on a future agenda. I think it's a matter of transparency, and the public has a right to know. Seems to be inconsistencies. I question them myself. So I would look for a motion to support putting this on a future agenda.
Might I say something?
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I hear what the city attorney is saying. However, I hear what Mr. Doyle is saying, and I feel that as a former member of this employee of the city, I feel like this is an opportunity for some clarification on some questions that came up even when Mr. Doyle was an employee of the city regarding Form 700s of Kevin Park. And I think that this is an opportunity for questions to be answered and clarifications to be made. So I am happy to make a motion to support the 030 request being put on a future agenda. Thank you.
I'll second that motion. Councilmember Becker, you have something else to say?
Yeah, considering what our attorney just said, I'm really kind of concerned legally, and I think Mr. Park, considering the subject matter, I think Mr. Park could probably solve this on his own. And I think that I heard that there was an FPPC complaint filed, so I think that will solve itself. So I would like to make a subsequent motion to follow our city attorney's advice.
We'll second that.
A subsequent motion?
Substitute motion, my apologies.
So how does that work, City Attorney?
So you go back from the motion that was just made and you move backwards. The motion would be procedurally to address the substitute motion. If that passes procedurally, then you're back to square one and
vote again on that motion. All right. So go ahead and make your substitute motion.
Sure. My substitute motion would be to take the legal advice of our city attorney that we will have this come back at another date. And it's up to Mr. Park to take care of this on his own with the FPPC. And no further discussion after that because we have nothing to hide, but I'm really concerned about what our city attorney was saying. So that is my substitute motion.
Did you say we have nothing to hide? Is that what you said?
Well, I think this council body has nothing to hide. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm taking our city attorney's advice.
So that was a motion. Is there a second on that?
Yes, I second it.
Okay. Is there any public members that would like to comment on that motion?
I have an e-comment on this item.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is from J. Byron Fleck. As to item 13, Doyle petition. Doyle brings his current petition over alleged discrepancies in Councilmember Park's FPPC filings. This council is not the proper body nor has jurisdiction to act on such complaints. Rather, those issues are for the FPPC state body to address as a threshold matter. His petition must be summarily denied by this council on that basis. End of comment.
Okay. If there's no other comments, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. So that passes 5-2. Now, the
Substitute motion.
No, now another motion.
Now we vote on the substitute motion.
Yeah.
Vote on the motion.
Yeah.
So they have to make a motion,
So Mayor,
right?
now you are back to square one as if there hadn't been
A motion, so.
motion.
Is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, my motion is to take our city attorney's advice and come back at a later time. And it's up to Mr. Park to do that with the FPPC if there's been a
Second
filing.
that.
Motion and a second to deny the petition? Is that's in essence what it is?
Yeah, my recommendation was that the matter not be put on a future agenda until such time as the litigation is resolved.
That's perfect. Thank you. Thank you, City Attorney.
Mayor, I would just like to make a comment. Again, I appreciate the legal advice of the city attorney. However, you mentioned litigation, and anybody who has worked in the legal field knows how long litigation can take. So at this rate, we may never, even if this were to be put on a future agenda, it may not happen for a long time. So, so I have concerns, and Councilmember Becker makes a comment about this dais has nothing to hide. I think by making that motion, you are protecting a council member and not allowing the public to have its opportunity to hear what Mr. Doyle is bringing before this council on his 030 policy to be heard. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker?
Again, I think you're mixing up the words here. There's no protection. I am taking the legal advice we have been advised today, and I cannot get into more details based on what we discussed today in our closed session. So therefore, I am going to take our legal advice and take it very seriously because I do not want to see any more problems. And therefore, myself, I have nothing to hide, and it's up to my colleagues to say more. So,
Roll call vote, please.
Just want to confirm the seconder was, okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. And that passes 5-2. Sorry. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to make an objection. If this was discussed in closed session, then that wasn't a proper thing to do because you needed to state the facts and circumstances. If my item was discussed in closed session, especially with regard to litigation. If it was regard to my claim, then it should have been noticed under my claim. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go back to the items that need to be heard this evening. So we are going to item number 6.
Madam Mayor, will you be doing public presentation later?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Public presentation, will that be later or?
Oh, public presentations, yes, thank you. We are now going to have public presentations, and those are on any items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any member of the public that would like to make a presentation? Now's the time. Do we have any online comments? This is on an item that's not on the agenda. Okay, then please feel free to come forward on anything that's not on the agenda.
Continue what I was saying. So, the part of the plan is gather all these solar companies that they are offering the systems with no money down, so that way we can get them together and see who's pitching in, and also roll up the incentives, the city incentives, the state incentives, and probably the federal incentives on this plan, on this program. So that way everybody is going to benefit from this plan, and everybody can benefit from this, which is free. Because, say, for instance, I have a brother that lives in Roseville. He bought a house with a solar system. Before, he was paying $230 a month on electricity. Now he's paying only $12 because he got a solar system. And the company installed the system no charge, and it's only collecting the usage of the system. That's it. And all these companies, they can do the same thing. So that way, if we implement this plan on every roof, because I've been driving around, there's a lot of empty roofs, that they can be filled up with the solar system. And also the commercial buildings, that they big roofs and no solar system. So if we can implement a solar system on every roof, then this way it can be offset the usage of the electricity from the electric companies, which is they're still polluting because they use fossil fuels to produce the electricity. And so that way, everybody can benefit, And I want the program to start locally because I live in Santa Clara City, and I want the program to start locally. So that way, probably, if we make a roll up, start rolling it up, then we can make it county wise, and then state wise, and then all United States. Just for starting. So it's something that we need to do because if we don't do something right now today, the global warming is going to destroy us. It's going to destroy us. Too many radical events happening, too many hurricanes, tornadoes, storms, name it. Drought here in California, drought in New Mexico, drought in Nevada, fires everywhere. Fires and here also California, New Mexico, Nevada, and everywhere. So we need to start doing something about the global warming today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward.
Good evening again. Mayor Gilmore, City Council, City Manager. A lot has happened this last week that just blew my mind. And the thing I'm about to discuss now is the County Sheriff's Department is looking into closing 2 courts. The city of Palo Alto is fighting to keep theirs open. Reclaiming our downtown has been fighting for the last 5 years to close theirs because it was built right on top of the downtown's Main Street. The council has an opportunity to work with and in conjunction with the county to possibly mediate a solution to this problem. Palo Alto wants desperately to retain their courthouse, and we would like the courthouse closed or moved to another location. Maybe a possibility of combining it with the Palo Alto court. Should this happen, Main Street could be resurrected as the gateway to our town plaza. The town plaza dates back to the 1860s, and this is the site of the Mission Library. Reclaiming our downtown strongly urges our council to grab this opportunity to work with the county to close or move the Santa Clara County Courthouse while the iron is hot. I have spoken to a lot of people this last week over this because it just came upon me and I thought, oh my God, we've been working so hard for 5 years for an opening for something. I called Alex Lee, I called Evan Lowe, I wrote a letter to Mr. Rocana, and I called the County Sheriff's Department today. They recommended I call the County Council. I haven't spoken yet with Supervisor Ellensburg, but she is aware of the situation. I did write her an email, and I want to work with you guys, and I want to work with the county council to see if we can come up with a solution. This is an opportunity that got sent down to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue? Or any issue, sorry. This issue, any issue.
Dan Ondrasek has his hand up.
Okay, Dan, go ahead, Dan.
Hello again. I'm going to try not to repeat what Mary just said. A majority of Santa Clara citizens that we've polled want the return of the street grid in their new downtown. It has been and will continue to be a priority for these citizens. The Santa Clara Courthouse stands, as Mary said, directly, not only stands in the way of the grid, but directly on top of Main Street. When Sheriff Smith announced that she could no longer provide sheriff personnel for Palo Alto and Morgan Hill, it could lead to their closure and all cases moved to San Jose at the Hall of Justice on West Heading. Smith and Judge Theodore Zahner have both said that all need to work on a solution. That solution would involve combining underutilized courts. Now, I checked this morning, the Santa Clara Courthouse, I thought had 2 traffic courts. It indicates 1 traffic court, which is also manned by sheriff personnel. Is anyone from this city in conversation to understand if combining these 2 courts into one of the other courthouses could help to alleviate the situation? By doing so, we could fix a county court problem and return our street grid. This does not involve a letter, but picking up a phone and beginning discussions and possible solutions. If this has not been done, Reclaiming Our Downtown core members respectfully ask city management proactively ask to attend these discussions. If downtown is indeed a priority for this city and this council, we must together proactively work to achieve the goals of the precise plan we've been working on for 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments from anyone under public presentations? That's it? Okay, very good. Thank you, everyone. If not, we're going to go to our next item, which is item number 6, and it was an item that was deferred from our last meeting, which is action on the Freedom Circle Future Focus Area Plan, including adoption of and certification of the EIR, prepared to analyze the potential environmental impacts for the project, and an associated mitigation monitoring and reporting program, adoption of a general plan text amendment to add language regarding the creation of additional future focus areas, the redesignation of land outside of focus areas, creation of the new very high intensity office research and development R&D designation, and adoption of a general plan amendment to create the Freedom Circle Future Focus Area bounded by Great America Parkway to the west, Mission College Boulevard to the north, Santa Masakino Creek to the east, and Highway 101 to the south. Adoption of the Gray Star General Plan Amendment to change the designation of the Gray Star site from high-intensity office and research and development, R&D, maximum floor area ratio of 2.0 to very high-density residential, 51 to 100 dwelling units per acre, and adoption of the planned development rezoning for the Gray Star site, which would allow up to 1,100 units on a 13.3 gross acre site bounded by Freedom Circle to the west, Mission College Boulevard to the north, Santa Masakino Creek to the east, and Highway 101 to the south. So now everyone knows exactly the property we're talking about and where it is. Thank you. So staff.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development. He will lead the presentation and then will be available to answer questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and City Manager. Joining me tonight from the Community Development Department are Rena Brio and John Davidson. And we also have several members of the city's consultant team available to participate as needed in the council hearing. As this item includes a private application, please note that representatives of the applicant are also in attendance and available to answer questions from the council, but are not planning a presentation. Slide 2, please. Next slide, please. So the City Council is being asked tonight to take action on 5 items related to the establishment of the Freedom Circle Future Focus Area in the city's general plan, and a privately initiated general plan amendment that would allow a very high density residential project proposed by Gray Star Development. The environmental review for these actions is being addressed as required under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, through an environmental impact report prepared for the project. The Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, provides program level clearance for the proposed future focus area and project level clearance for the Gray Star project. The contents of the EIR and the city's response to a comment letter on the EIR from Adams Broadwell are summarized in the report to the council. On May 24th, the city received a new letter from Adams Broadwell raising largely the same issues that had been raised before about biological resources. The city's environmental consultant, MIG, prepared a response to that letter that was emailed to all the council members and Adams Broadwell earlier today. Other actions tonight include text amendments to the general plan to create a very high intensity office R&D designation, the Freedom Circle Future Focus Area, and goals and policies for that area, as well as the specific general plan land use diagram designation requested by Gray Star and an accompanying rezoning and vesting tentative map for their development proposal. The next slide, please. So first, we will discuss the future focus area. The Freedom Circle Future Focus Area is located north of Highway 101, as the mayor described, between Santa Tomas, Aquino Creek to the east, Great America Parkway to the west, and it extends northward to include properties along the northern side of Mission College Boulevard, as you can see here on this diagram. The area is currently developed with a mixture of commercial uses, including hotels and office R&D buildings. While the creation of the future focus area doesn't change the land use designations within the plan area, it does establish capacity for future residential development, as well as intensified commercial uses. These intensified land uses will support future economic development while also providing long-term capacity for new housing development. Specifically, the designation of the future focus area adds capacity for 3,600 residential units and 2 million square feet of employment uses above the amount or the capacity in the current general plan. The Freedom Circle future focus area will be in close proximity to the San Tomas Aquino Creek Trail, which is the north-south spine of the city's active transportation network. It is also in close proximity to the Regional Jobs Center and other amenities and services located in North Santa Clara. Most of the proposed future focus area currently has a high-intensity office R&D general plan designation, which supports high-rise and campus-style office development with an allowed floor area ratio, FIR, of up to 2.0. The Marriott Hotel site out in Great America Parkway is the lone exception, is currently designated regional commercial. The future focus area plan will describe the vision for the Freedom Circle area within the city's general plan as an intensely urban environment, with Great America Parkway and Mission College Boulevard retaining their commercial character, while other street frontages will be mixed in use and character. So next slide, please. As part of the mechanics of creating the future focus area, the council is also being asked to approve general plan text amendments that modify the way focus areas are implemented in the general plan, as well as the creation of a new high-intensity office designation as mentioned earlier. While the establishment of the future focus area adds goals and policies for the area to the city's general plan, along with additional development capacity, it doesn't change the general plan land use diagram designations. Preparation of a specific plan will be required in the future in order to implement the majority of the focus area. We are, however, tonight also reviewing a proposal to change the land use designation for the Gray Star site that would implement the focus area for that portion of the overall plan area. Next slide, please. The Gray Star site is a 13.3 acre area currently vacant, located along the western edge of the San Tomas Aquino Creek. The image here on the slide, in this image, the orientation of the Gray Star site plan is rotated with north to the right, instead of the traditional way with north being up, so that the right side so that the plan would fit better on the slide. The actions for the Gray Star project tonight include amending the general plan to change the land use from office to very high density residential, along with plan development zoning investing tentative map approvals that will allow construction of 1,075 housing units in 3 7-story buildings, along with a 2-acre public park, 2,000 square feet of amenity space, and a roadway to provide access and circulation around the perimeter of site. The public park will provide access for the focus area to the San Tomas Aquino Creek Trail as well. The next slide, please. The Planning Commission conducted a public hearing for this project on April 13th, 2022. And public speakers at the Planning Commission meeting included a number of members of labor unions, some supporting and some opposing approval of the Freedom Circle future focus area and the Gray Star General Plan Amendment. Following the public hearing, the Planning Commission discussed the project and recommended approval of the project as recommended by staff with one modification. The proposed modification was to change the proposed bike lanes in the future focus area from Class 2 on-street bike lanes to Class 4 separated bikeways. And that change has been incorporated into the draft plan that's being presented to the City Council tonight. The Planning Commission also recommended approval of the Gray Star General Plan Amendment, rezoning investing tentative map. Next slide, please. The staff is now recommending that the City Council approve the various actions included in tonight's hearing, as also recommended by the City Council. And these include approving and certifying the final EIR, CEQA findings, and approval of statement of overriding consideration, approving general plan amendments regarding the creation of additional future focus areas, redesignation of land outside of focus areas, creation of new very high density very high intensity office R&D designation, and to create the Freedom Circle future focus area, including modification of the plan area diagram to change all Class 2 bike lanes to Class 4 separated bikeways. approving the Greystar General Plan Amendment, and approving the Plan Development Rezoning Investment Tenant Map for the Greystar project. Staff and our consultant team are now available to answer any questions you may have regarding the project.
Thank you very much for that. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. Andrew, I am remembering a couple of years ago that this area was under a different name possibly, but that some of the landowners did not want to talk about redevelopment at that point. We have the Greystar area, which does have a redevelopment plan, and I'm trying to understand why this was bundled together. If you could help me out.
Okay, we'll get the questions first. Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes, Andrew, I had asked these questions earlier. One of the things is that, we have this affordable housing. I think in the document it says that 15% at an average of 80% AMI. And in the past, we've done projects or we've done, I think for Patrick Henry, we split it out into different tiers. And I would like to understand if we could do tiers of 5% at 60% of AMI, 5% at 80% of AMI, and 5% at 100% of AMI or lower. That would leave it with the same average of 80%, but it would guarantee that we had that extremely low affordability level. So the other thing is that I like the idea of the Class 4 bike lanes in the the focus area, future focus area. My question is, when do you think that future focus area will come together? And will it include a grocery store or other benefits that we like to see in urban villages? Then I am concerned about making sure that, it's along the creek there, and I'm concerned about having invasive species there. So in the plant selection, we'd like to, we just had the report on drought, the extreme drought. So plant selections would be low drought and non-invasive species. Avoiding plants on the plant to right list. That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andrew. I have a question regarding a letter that we received this afternoon from Adams Broadwell, who represent Silicon Valley Residents for Responsible Development, and apparently there was some information that came out after the Planning Commission meeting where, the Planning Commission did approve this project coming to council, but at the same time, there was information that came out after that meeting, and it says just as a few hours ago at 2:45 on June 7th, the city emailed Silicon Valley residents a new technical document from its consultant containing additional responses to our comments. As the project's hearing is scheduled to the same day at 7 p.m., Silicon Valley residents was not provided sufficient time to adequately respond to the city's letter. I'm wondering if do we need to defer this until an adequate response can be sent back to Silicon Valley residents regarding their concerns about the wildlife species, and it looks like burrowing squirrels, burrowing owls, and make sure that that's looked into. So that's my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Andrew. My question is, just like in Patrick Henry's specific area plan, we asked the developers to participate in the shared transportation system, or what you call a free shuttle program. why did we not propose that on this specific area also? And if we not, what is the process to put in place for this area also? Because we don't want to do a piecemeal project on these transportation issues. If we are asking one developer, one specific area, we should be asking other specific area plans also to do the same thing. Thank you.
I don't see any other council questions, so if the staff can answer those. And Mr. Diebel, do you represent Greystar? Yes, I do. Okay. Okay, thanks. Thank you. So I just wanted to double check to see that you're not speaking for the applicant. Are you speaking for the applicant? No, I understand that, so but I just wanted to see you're the applicant. Okay, thank you. No, that's fine. Just double checking. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt the flow. I just wanted to double check. So, Director Crabtree, if you could, I hope you got a lot of those questions. If you could answer some of those questions for us, please.
Yes, gladly. Thank you. So first I'll begin with the question about the sort of the planning process. And it's correct that we initially had proposed preparing a specific plan for the same area, the Freedom Circle area that we've identified tonight. And the specific plan would do more in terms of advancing the change in land uses than what the focus area does. And initially, along with Greystar, two other large property owners in the area, Irvine and the Sobrado organization, were participating in helping to fund the effort. But after we sort of launched the effort, both of those other two property owners indicated that they had decided that they weren't really interested in considering the change of land use from their current commercial office uses in the area, and that they preferred not to be part of the plan area. In fact, they requested that they not be included within a specific plan. And so that was the point at which the city shifted to the preparation of or designation of a future focus area in its place, which those two property owners did not object to, recognizing that it's more of a abstract sort of future option that's being provided in the general plan. It's giving additional development capacity, but it's also stating in the general plan that in order to implement that, there would need to be preparation in the future of a specific plan area. And so, they're aware of our ongoing efforts and don't have any concerns with it at this point. I'm sort of transitioning into one of the questions asked by Vice Mayor Jane about how that might get implemented. I would note that in some of our recent conversations with Irvine, they have expressed perhaps some more interest now in residential, but I think it's always going to be sort of a market-based decision when they think it makes more sense for them to look at a change of land use from what they have up there now. But we are providing that flexibility by doing this, by putting that capacity into the general plan, by doing environmental analysis now. It's really facilitating the future conversion should the property owners want to participate in that. And I would expect that the improvements along Freedom Circle and other roadways would occur really through that specific plan process. There was a question from Vice Mayor Jane about affordable housing, and could we, in this case, move forward with an alternative requirement that the Greystar development, which is really the one that we're talking about applying this to now, I think it would be appropriate to really revisit the issue in the future if there's other residential development through a specific plan. But specific to the Greystar project, would it be okay in lieu of the 15% of units being required to be affordable based on 80% of the area median income, or AMI, to have a requirement that there be 5% at 60, 5% at 80, and 5% at 100% AMI. And I don't think there would be any real concerns with making that change if that's the decision of the council to implement that. We have looked, staff has looked at that with our consultants in the past and sort of seen that as being relatively comparable in terms of economic impact upon development. It doesn't really raise feasibility concerns. And so when would the future focus area actually get implemented? Again, it sort of depends on the market. We don't have a timeline for that. And it would really depend when property owners are interested in moving forward with that effort. But there would be some work to do to create the specific plan, obviously. And so, it would be a multi-year process to go forward with that implementation. And then I think it was a comment about desire to make sure that there's direction that landscaping not include invasive species. I've seen a specific list that's out there now, and that can certainly be, council can give us direction as we move forward with implementing the Gray Star plant project and then other future projects. That's something that we will avoid. We will make sure that there are no invasive species included in the landscape plan. So then there's a question about the communications from Adams Broadwell, and I'll take a first response to that. I do not think there's a need to defer the action tonight. There's sort of a pattern here of receiving letters from Adams Broadwell the day of our hearing, and then a response. In that case, this was originally agendized for 2 weeks ago. We received such a letter. We did provide a response to that. But one of the main points of the response is that they're really sort of revisiting same issues that have been brought up in prior letters and we believe are already adequately addressed in the response by the city. And so there really isn't we're not really in the realm of new information here, but sort of reiterating information that's already been provided and demonstrating how it addresses the questions that are being raised in these letters. So we do not see a concern or a need to defer the item to provide another response. And then we have a question about the transportation. The applicant, Gray Star here, has agreed and is being conditioned to participate in funding and supporting the shuttle that we've discussed at the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan hearing. So that would help us to extend it. They would be part of the Transportation Management Agency, as would future development within the focus area. So that is a requirement that's being included here as well. So I think I've covered the issues that were raised by the council.
Thank you, Director Crabtree. So now we can go to the public. We have a public member, Dan, if you'd like to come forward. Now is the time.
Mayor Gilmore and
Good evening.
Vice Mayor Jane and council members. I'm Dan Dybel. I'm a registered lobbyist on behalf of Gray Star Development. It's nice to be here tonight. We started this process about 6 years ago, if you remember. And are very grateful for all the work that the city and particularly, planning, public works, and Parks Department staff has carried out over these years to get the project to this point. We support all the items before you, all the action items before you tonight, and I'm available to answer any questions, but I think the presentation has completed everything we needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aiden, go ahead, Aiden.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and honorable city council members. My name is Aiden Marshall, speaking on behalf of Silicon Valley Residents for Responsible Development. Silicon Valley Residents is an unincorporated association of individuals and labor organizations whose members live and work in the city of Santa Clara. I'm here before you today to request that the city council not approve the project at this time and instead direct staff to prepare a revised general plan amendment that is consistent with the goals of the general plan and to prepare a revised EIR. We submitted comments on the draft EIR, the final EIR, and responses to the city's revisions to the project. Today, the applicant provided responses to our comments just several hours ago, and we have submitted preliminary responses to this letter. With respect to the general plan amendments, the project includes concurrently approving the Gray Star mixed-use project and the future focus area in which it is located. This conflicts with the goals in the general plan that require comprehensive planning prior to approval of developments and rezonings within a focus area. Residents urges the City Council to direct staff to revise the general plan amendments to be consistent with general plan policies. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'd like to see maybe a senior center placed there. Maybe the city could work something out with the developer as far as that goes, or maybe a 24/7 fitness center. And I agree with the residential because they've got industrial buildings, brand new ones right there on Mission College Boulevard. Have been sitting empty for years. So yeah, I do agree with converting it over to residential. Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any other online comments, Assistant City Clerk? Okay, Council. Final comments? Motion? Anthony, Councilmember
Sure.
Becker?
I would like to take staff's recommendation. That's my motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the staff's recommendation. Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes, I wanted to add some amendments. I wanted to add the 3 affordable tiers to that. And there was also a comment, I think staff said that just wanted to verify this, I'll just read it. There are no residences that are currently occupied within 500 feet of this construction site. So we would add the ability to construct, let me just read what it says here. During the initial phase of a construction may take place at any time on any day until the first residential unit is occupied. Upon occupancy of residential units on the project site, construction activity not confined within a building within 500 feet of an occupied residential unit shall be limited to the hours of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. weekdays and not permitted on Saturdays, Sundays, and state and federal holidays. Construction activity confined within a building within 500 feet of an occupied residential unit shall be limited to the hours of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. weekdays and 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Saturdays, and prohibited on Sundays and state and federal holidays, which means that until there's occupancy, they can operate 7 days a week to construct it, because I want to get housing built as soon as possible. So that's a condition. I think staff said that that's pretty much, already approved. But I do want the affordable tiers, 5%, 5%, 5%. I want to put a restriction on invasive species. And then I want to follow the Planning Commission desire to have Class 4 bike lanes. Is that acceptable?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Jane. I will accept all of those amendments, especially the 3 affordable tiers. Thank you for bringing that up.
Mayor, if I may just briefly comment on that too, I just want to note that staff is in agreement with the realized language regarding noise. That we have that language, and that's fine. That's included from a staff standpoint. And on the affordability, I believe Vice Mayor Jane said 60, 80, and 100. I want to note that we actually used 50%, 80%, and 100% previously, because the 50% aligns with the very low income category that's being used by the state. And so just want to seek clarification if the intent was that it be 50, 80, and 100.
I'm fine with 50, but I think the applicant has a comment on that. I don't know.
Yes, please come forward. Go ahead. Oh, wait, let me turn on the microphone. There you go.
We would just like to maintain the 80%. So if there's a way to maintain 80 with the with a portion of it at the 50% just to get to the overall 80% average, which is consistent with what we've.
This would put it be a little bit below 80%, but it wouldn't be much. It's 5% at 50 instead of 5% at 60.
Right.
So it's not much. That's what I'm recommending,
Okay.
50%.
I will accept those.
Mayor, I've raised.
Yes, I'm sorry.
May I or was there anybody before me?
Councilmember Watanabe?
That's me. Thank you. Andrew, I'd like some clarification about the noise aspect of that that's been being added to the motion. I want to make sure I'm hearing this correctly, that construction can take place every day until the first unit is complete. Did I hear that correctly?
So yes, currently under our ordinance, there's no residential zoning within proximity of the site. So under the city's general noise ordinance, there would be no restriction on hours of construction. And then there's also, in addition to that, sort of a standard permit condition that the city has been using for a number of years in projects. And that could come into play as the project is built out over phases, that if like one part of the project is occupied, other parts could then be potentially restricted by that permit condition. But really the language that is being proposed by Vice Mayor Jane is mostly a clarification of that, sort of a fine tuning of that. And I think as with the revised language, we've used that in other projects as well. It still fully achieves the intent of protecting residents of the new development from potential noise impacts as construction continues.
Okay, thank you. So I still have a question. The folks in Lake Santa Clara, that subdivision that's right down off of Agnew, how far is Lake Santa Clara from the Gray Star location? It's just on the other side of the San Tomas Aquino Creek.
I don't know off the top of my head. I will check here if you give me a minute.
Okay, thank you.
I'd be interested to know because noise travels, so if they're allowed to, I don't know if I understood it correctly, construct every day of the week for certain hours, all hours of the morning and night.
From 7 to 6.
It's a little strange.
It's already in our city code.
So we're not changing city code?
No.
So based on my quick measurement, it appears to be a little over 1,000 feet away from the nearest portion of that, really from the top corner of the Gray Star site, if you will, to the nearest portion of that residential development.
I see. You take it from the top. Okay.
Oh, I was looking at the sort of the worst case scenario.
Okay.
So the worst case scenario in terms of like the greatest possibility of an impact, that's still a little bit over 1,000 feet away. And as mentioned, our citywide ordinance uses a 300-foot standard separation. Our permit condition uses 500 feet, but we've not regulated beyond that distance in terms of noise impacts.
Okay.
From construction.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, thank you. So I guess looking at Yeah, it's not even really close to anything, but my only concern would be, I guess, would be the hotel is my only concern for noise. Having guests there, does it still fall? Is it still okay with that, with the hotel being there? Because, I mean, it's pretty far looking at this.
Talking about the Marriott Hotel?
Yeah, the Marriott.
Yeah, I mean, there was an analysis done around potential impacts for the project, and it did not identify any impacts that would result in terms of noise on the hotel. So, we don't see a concern there. And again, our noise standards are generally applied to residential uses, not commercial ones.
It's pretty close to Highway 101, so we all know that's a lot of noise right there too, especially during rush hour and the mornings as well. So, okay, cool. Thank you very much, Andrew. Appreciate that.
Okay, so we have a motion, and was there a second to this motion?
I seconded, Mayor.
Seconded it. Okay. We have a motion and a second for the various recommendations, 4 of them. Is that correct? Maker of motion?
Yes.
City
Is that
Attorney,
okay?
is that the correct motion?
Yes, the staff report identifies the number of motions. There are 4 of them, and also the order. The way you would want to proceed is to have the environmental decision made first, and then you walk down that line. But it can be taken in one motion.
Does,
if that's council's
Does he
desire.
need to read the 4
No,
items?
just incorporate the staff recommendations along with the changes that were identified by Vice Mayor as additional conditions, and that's your record.
All right. Go ahead, Anthony, then.
Okay, so per what the attorney was saying, I'm going to go with those 4, and then the included the amendments that Councilmember Jane had brought forward. And Councilmember Jane, I'm going to need your help a little bit on this because I have 3 affordable tiers, 5, 5, and 5.
With the lowest tier being 50%.
Lowest tier being 50%.
Next tier being 80%, the next tier being 100%.
Okay, and then also the construction at all times between 7 and I think it was.
No, at all times, any day, until the first residential unit is occupied.
Yes, that one too.
And then there was the prohibition on invasive species, and the last was Planning Commission's recommendation on Class 4 bike lanes.
There you go. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second on that. If there's no other discussion, when you're ready, Assistant City Clerk. Roll call vote.
I didn't catch the prohibition piece. Could you?
On invasive species in the planting, the landscaping.
Yeah, because they're so close to the creek.
Wildlife species?
It's a plant species, invasive plant
They
species.
say plant species.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to clarify this. So staff recommendation with the additional conditions of 3 affordable tiers, 5% at 50% AMI, 5% of 80% AMI, and 5% of 100% AMI. Prohibition on the plant species, construct every day of the week until the first unit is occupied, and then take the last Planning Commission recommendation.
On Class 4 bike lanes.
Okay.
Mayor, I noticed that the applicant has a question, and I would like him to address the council so we can find out what he wanted to say.
Okay. Yeah,
Yes, please.
If I could just take one more shot at the 3 levels, because Patrick Henry is 50, 80, and 120, which.
Yeah, I believe it was, but here your average was 80%.
Right.
So it was
Notice
a lower
again-
number than what, I mean, you were already offering lower than
Yeah,
what
I
Patrick
know that.
Henry was offering, yeah.
I'm just trying to get.
Why aren't they consistent?
Because
Yeah, they
this
should
was
be
already an
consistent.
average,
Just showed that, and ours is, the average is 80%.
Right.
Which, and I think, we're definitely want to make sure that we have at the lower level, but I'm just trying to get to the average at 80% versus being penalized further than what Patrick Henry has.
Yeah, the Nexus study stipulates an average of 100%. And so we have been trying to get to lower than that number. And so this is very close to an average of 80%.
Then we should be consistent with Patrick Henry.
Patrick
trying to
Henry
make a
wasn't,
pitch. We
Patrick
should be
Henry was not
consistent.
at 80%.
Maybe we can ask staff. Director Crabtree, how could we make this consistent with Patrick Henry?
Well, I think as part of the motion by council, if you directed that it be the affordability requirement be 5% at 50, 5% at 80, and 5% at 120, you would be consistent. And it's just a decision of the council in terms of what requirement you want to apply here.
I would recommend the council that we're consistent with Patrick Henry.
Yeah.
All right, I'm good with that.
All right, I'm amenable to that too, so thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Director Crabtree. Councilmember Park, we have a motion and a second.
Yeah, okay, I was going to comment on that. I think it was like 76 2/3, but I have another question, which is on the bike lanes, just a clarification. In recommendation number 2, it says, create Freedom Circle future focus area, including modifications of the plan area diagram to change all Class 2 bike lanes to Class 4 separated bikeways. Does that actually encompass the request, or is this smaller than the request? That Vice Mayor Jane.
I had said Planning Commission's recommendation.
Yeah.
So I'm just following Planning Commission's recommendation.
Okay, I'm just looking at the recommendations on the report. So
It's essentially the same thing. It was already included. What staff brought forward tonight already incorporated the Planning Commission recommendation, and you're really just reiterating that.
Understood. Okay, thank you very much.
So when you're ready, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you for attending. We'll see you in 6 years, right? Every 6 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next item on the agenda of things that have to go tonight. Number 8, public hearing adoption of a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon the City of Santa Clara Parking Maintenance District Number 122, Franklin Square. I will be recusing myself from this item since my office is directly in the Franklin Square. We'll turn it over to Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Let me get this. Okay. Do we have a staff report on this?
Yes, yes, we do. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. And this next item's a public hearing, and it's considering a resolution related to the 22-23 annual assessment for the Franklin Square Parking Maintenance District number 122 and approval of the director's report. And so council previously adopted a resolution of intention that established the public hearing for tonight. And the maintenance district has been set up for Franklin Square. So the property owners contribute an amount based on their property building square footage. And so the intent of these funds is to cover costs associated with capital repairs for the parking lots and the walkways. And the annual combined assessments are comprised of a flat rate of $14,200 minus any accrued interest. And based on the calculation for the upcoming fiscal year 22-23, the total amount being assessed for the entire maintenance district is approximately $12,262, which is shared amongst the property owners, again, based on square footage. And then, of course, the city's responsible for the general day-to-day maintenance and operations throughout the year associated with the common areas and the parking lots. And so the amount budgeted for that next fiscal year is approximately $138,000. And so tonight, staff's recommending that council adopt resolution approving the level of the levy of the 22-23 assessment and approving, adopting, and confirming the director's report. And there is no increase to the assessments this year, and so there is no ballots required for the assessment. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any comments.
Okay, any speakers? Well, Vice Mayor raised his hand, so I guess I will accede to his request. So my understanding, Director Mobeck, is that the property owners get to vote on their own assessment, and the city basically has no say in what that assessment is going to be. And the assessment has not changed since 2005. So it's always stayed at $14,200 for 17 years. So I know that on May 4th, 2021, the council approved a motion with 6 yes and 1 abstain to, quote, direct staff to engage and negotiate with property owners and reserve the right to dissolve the maintenance district at any time. I have a motion.
I'll make that motion.
What is the exact motion?
Yeah, we need clarification. Are you approving staff recommendation?
So I'm approving Councilmember Jane's recommendation.
What I was saying was that to approve staff's recommendation while reserving the right to dissolve the maintenance district at any time.
That is my motion.
And Director Mobeck can jump in, but just philosophically, I mean, if we dissolve, we discussed that previously, if we dissolve, we will be absorbing that cost as well, which is a additional burden on the city. So as long as the council is aware of that.
I think Vice Mayor wants to have that right, and it doesn't hurt if we want to have that right. Basically, we are doing staff recommendation with preserving that right.
Yeah, and my understanding is council always has that right to dissolve this district. And so, but certainly I think the city attorney can weigh in, but I think you could make that as part of the motion. I don't think there'd be any issue with that.
The only, Vice Mayor and Council, the only issue is if you wanted to dissolve it, there is a legal process that you go through to do that. Assuming you comply with that, you can do it at any time.
Correct.
So we do have that right.
Yes.
We don't need to make a specific.
You don't have to, but you can because it just reflects the current state of the law.
Thank you.
Okay, any members of the public would like to weigh in on this? Okay, seeing none. Oh, we have one.
And it is, I just want to remind, it is a public hearing for tonight.
We need to close the.
Okay.
Well, who is Jose?
So, Jose, you have 2 minutes. He lowered his hand. Okay, maybe he was speaking on some other item. So, Assistant City Clerk, can
We
you?
need to close the.
Oh, we have to, yeah.
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Okay. All right. Oh, did we have, Councilmember Watanabe wanted to speak on this, I guess.
Yes,
Didn't
thank
see
you.
that. Okay.
Yes, and I appreciate Director Moback's input, regarding the amendment to staff recommendation. I know there was extensive discussion on this particular issue last year, and I believe there has been outreach to the community, the business owners and property owners regarding, increasing the assessment, and if I remember correctly, I believe it was shot down. They didn't approve it. And it just seems that this is always coming up, and I appreciate the fact that you're saying that, this amendment is not going to change things, but I still feel uncomfortable with it. And so that being said, I will not support the motion the way that it's being presented. Thank you.
Okay, now it's a motion to close public hearing.
Councilmember Watanabe.
This is just to close the hearing?
Yes.
Sure, go. Yep.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Okay. That passes, 6 in favor, 1 abstaining. All right. Now we have the motion.
So the maker of the motion was Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Seconded by Councilmember Hardy. Just to verify, it's approve staff recommendation alternate 1 and reserve the right to dissolve the maintenance district at any time. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep. Thank you.
Sure. Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes 5 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstain. Okay, Mayor Gilmore.
All right, next we have the public hearing, adoption of a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon the Santa Clara Convention Center Complex Maintenance District number 183. So the public hearing is open. Do we want a staff report on this?
Director Moback is available if you want.
Do any council members want a staff report on this? Okay, is there a motion to close is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? No, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing?
Public hearing. Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Watanabe. Close the public hearing.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
Motion to adopt the resolution.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to adopt the resolution. Motion by Councilmember Watanabe, second by Councilmember Becker. Councilmember Becker, your light is on? Okay.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you, Director Mobeck, on that.
Thank you.
All right, next we have item number 10, action on climate action plan, general plan amendment to adopt the updated climate action plan 2022 and an addendum to the general plan environmental impact report. City
Mayor,
Manager?
Assistant Director of Community Development, Rena Brio will lead this presentation.
Okay, Rena.
I am going to hand this over to Michelle Templeton, our Sustainability Manager.
Wonderful. Michelle, are you there? Are we looking for Michelle? You're muted, Michelle.
Yes, thank you.
There you are.
I was getting upgraded to panelist. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll share my screen.
Okay. Yes, we
All
can see
right.
that. Yeah,
Can
we're
you see
good.
the main
Yes.
presentation?
Yes, we
Wonderful.
can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So good evening, Mayor and Council. Michelle Templeton, City Sustainability Manager. I'm joined tonight by our Climate Action Plan team, Nimish Agarwal, John Davidson, Rena Briot, and Director Crabtree, and our consultant team from Cascadia and David J. Powers. And tonight we'll be providing you with the updated Climate Action Plan 2022 for adoption consideration. Our current climate action plan was adopted in December of 2013 as part of the general plan. And since then, California has adopted a number of laws that require local jurisdictions to address climate change and analyze and reduce greenhouse gas emissions and their effects. And additionally, we're bringing forward what's called a qualified cap, which means that it meets the criteria specified in CEQA guidelines for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And what that basically means is that it provides streamlining benefits for any subsequent cap projects that can then use this qualified cap as a basis for their analysis rather than doing CEQA all over again. Our team conducted over 2 years of community engagement through the development of the CAP 2022 update, and that included stakeholder interviews and focus groups with members of the community, with local businesses, and a representation by various community organizations, sectors, and opinions. And that consisted of data centers, youth commissions, Santa Clara University, youth climate action groups, ABAG, different transportation and mobility advocates, SVP, and the school district, just to name a few. And we went out to the community early on in the process to establish initial CAP priorities as the basis of our strategy for development. And that included online survey, which received 400 responses, and a virtual community workshop with 38 participants. And we then went to the Planning Commission in summer and again in fall of 2020 to develop preliminary CAP actions, which were then brought back to the community in fall of 2020 through a second online survey that received nearly 500 responses to gauge the support for those actions developed. After incorporating that feedback, the CAP was brought to the City Council for 2 study sessions in March and July, and those council directives were incorporated and sent out to the community for a final round. And this past winter, we incorporated all of the above that I mentioned and brought it back to the Planning Commission in March, and then again in April for a public hearing where they approved a recommendation to adopt the CAP update. So the following summarizes the feedback provided by the Planning Commission, including modification to the city's climate action plan webpage, which changes have since been made according to that feedback, and the importance of considering any potential SVP rate increases that would need to happen to achieve the CAP interim goals that were set through council directive last summer, and what impact that might have on lower income community members. So launching into the CAP update here, some of the considerations for selecting an ambitious and achievable target included consistency with current and anticipated SVP integrated resource plan and requirements of 60% renewable by 2030, which was SB 100, and 100% carbon-free electricity by 2045. We also factored in alignment with REACH codes, bicycle master plan, Silicon Valley Power's community EV blueprint, our urban water management plan, and several other plans and projects. And we considered a combination of incentives and voluntary measures, as well as regulations based on what we heard back from the community. And finally, we incorporated the community and planning commission feedback and city council directives throughout the process, which led us to the proposed targets, of course, first being complying with the state's target of 40% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, and adding the interim target of 80% by 2035 per the council's direction. And finally, the long-term target of carbon neutrality no later than 2045, which of course would not preclude the city from reaching carbon neutrality at an earlier date if that were feasible. So here this graphic illustrates how we'd need to proactively take local climate action to reduce and offset greenhouse gas emissions and achieve our targets. And this top blue line here is the business as usual, or no federal, state, or local climate actions. The light green area below that shows state and regional policies and regulations that are projected to reduce emissions by 72% by the year 2045, as compared to that business as usual line. And then additionally, you see the area in orange showing the actions proposed in this draft cap, which are projected to further reduce emissions by 25%. And finally, the gray area are the additional actions that would need to be considered to meet the council directed interim target of 80% by 2035. Our team went through an extensive development and refinement process over the last 2 years to develop the strategies and actions across these 5 focus areas that you see here. And as I mentioned, there was a lot of outreach that went into that, as well as conducting review of the city's current activities and plans. And we also researched peer cities and leveraged industry best practices to develop these. And so after generating a list of strategies and actions, we narrowed the list down through a multi-criteria analysis that included greenhouse gas emissions reduction impact, equity, cost, green jobs creation, and public health. And some of the strategies that are most likely to reduce emissions include the first bullet under buildings and energy, which will be partly addressed by this council's action in passing an all-electric reach code last year, as well as transition to vehicles and electric vehicles and alternatives such as that, and expanding the use of non-single occupancy vehicle transportation modes. And additionally, I think it's worth mentioning that some of what we heard that the public wanted us to do includes increasing the amount of renewable energy SVP provides, adopting reach codes, which this council did, reducing vehicle miles traveled, promoting electric vehicles, improving transportation network for cyclists and pedestrians, and also regional mobility and mobility options, and then promoting voluntary or incentive-based measures. So now we'll walk through each of the 5 focus areas and highlight some of the strategies developed to achieve the proposed goals. These highlighted strategies are also identified, as you see in parentheses, by their timeline for implementation. The first focus area is buildings and energy. Nearly 70% of Santa Clara's greenhouse gas emissions come from buildings and energy use, making it one of our greatest opportunities to reduce emissions. And reductions in the center come from actions such as implementation of the all-electric reach codes with EV charging that was adopted in November of last year. These reach codes are effective this year, so we'll start realizing the benefits in new buildings right away. Also, council approved, provided direction to require all new data centers to operate on 100% carbon neutral energy. And this action would allow offsets as needed to help ease the transition for data centers while also ensuring that emissions reduction remain the main priority. And this requirement wouldn't apply to data centers with planning application or approval within 6 months of adoption of this cap. SVP would also examine resource procurement and cost scenarios to provide 70% carbon neutral electricity to all customers by 2030 to meet SB 32 climate goals, and 60% renewable electricity to meet SB 100 climate goals. And a key component to achieving the added council directive of 80% GHG emissions reduction by 2035 would be for SVP to explore 100% carbon neutrality by 2035. We would also explore and expand current financial incentives to accelerate electrification in new and existing buildings, and develop and implement a municipal electrification plan for our own city facilities. The focus area of transportation and land use has the draft cap building upon the state's target of 0 emission vehicles by 2035, and developing strategies in the area of transportation electrification, supporting telecommute and telework, improving access to biking, walking, carpooling, and public transit. And some of the actions include implementing the reach codes to require the EV ready and EV capable spaces, funding and accelerating implementation of the pedestrian and bicycle master plans, expanding our municipal facility charging infrastructure to not only serve our municipal fleet, but employees and public charging needs. And finally, council feedback from the July 2021 study session for the draft cap now includes the transportation demand management requirement that calls for a 25% reduction in project-based vehicle miles traveled through active TDM measures for large employers over 500. And that includes potential regulations to reduce parking. This is all in new development. And additionally, based on prior discussions with the City Council, the draft cap includes a requirement that new multifamily residential developments achieve a 20% reduction in VMT through active TDM measures. And during the City Council's recent action to approve the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan, the standard was discussed as a potential requirement. However, after testimony from project developers and staff input, the City Council decided not to include this requirement in the specific plan due to the likely infeasibility for a project to meet this standard. Staff also independently discussed this requirement with a traffic consultant who indicated that the requirement would likely be infeasible to achieve. And it's also noted that Mountain View, which has been a local leader in raising TDM requirements, currently requires only 5 to 10% VMT reduction through TDM for residential projects. So accordingly, staff recommend the proposed cap include a 20% VMT reduction requirement for multifamily residential projects, but that only half of that amount, 10%, would need to be achieved through active TDM measures, and that this may require parking maximums as well. And finally, for TDM, projects would have to provide annual reports demonstrating compliance with those VMT reduction targets. A major driver for the materials and consumption focus area is the state of California's goal to divert 75% of organic waste from landfills by 2025 and to reduce edible food disposal by at least 20% by 2025. Santa Clara is looking to align with this goal and reduce waste emissions through actions such as complying with state solid waste laws, including AB 1826, AB 341, and SB 1383. And exploring and promoting existing incentives for recycling and composting and discouraging landfill waste. We also would continue to partner with local agencies to implement the Edible Food Recovery Program, which is also required under SB 1383. Moving into natural systems and water resources, Santa Clara's urban forests and water supply are key tools for climate change mitigation and building resiliency to climate impacts. And some of the highlights in this focus area include promoting healthy, well-managed urban forests by participating in the county's Urban Forest Alliance Partnership, continuing collaboration with agency partners such as South Bay Water Recycling, Valley Water, BOSQA, and SFPUC to diversify our water portfolio and expand our current sources. Also promoting residential street tree planting in the right-of-way and enacting sustainable park management practices, such as continuing to transition from gas to electric powered landscape tools and increasing recycled water use in public parks. And finally, Santa Clara can support community resilience and well-being by aligning the state adaptation and resiliency guidelines to prepare for climate impacts through expanding support services to people experiencing homelessness during all extreme weather and hazard events like heat, flooding, and wildfires, and by evaluating city land use maps to identify whether new development is being planned in high-risk areas such as those projected to experience increased flood risk under projected climate scenarios. So with that, it is staff recommendation to adopt a resolution approving and certifying the addendum to the 2010-2035 General Plan EIR prepared for the updated Climate Action Plan 2022, and to adopt a resolution approving the amendment to the General Plan Appendix 8.13 to adopt the updated Climate Action Plan 2022 with the modification to require a 20% VMT reduction requirement for multifamily residential projects, but only half of that amount, a 10% reduction, must come from active TDM measures. And that concludes our presentation, and our team is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Michelle. We appreciate it, especially at this late hour. We appreciate you staying up with us.
Of course.
So let me see, there are a list of council members here. So Councilmember Becker, questions?
No questions, just great presentation, Michelle, and thank you. And I think this is a very important topic, and I'm glad, the information is accurate. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Thank you, Michelle. It's a long time coming, much needed. I'm glad to see that the 80 by 35 is in there and the data centers are in there. But I do have a number of questions for you. What is the city municipal facilities policy on fuel switching and replace on burnout? What is the policy? Is it outlined in here? I didn't really see it there. And then I would like to see bike parking, secure bike parking, move to a more aggressive standard of one secure spot for a studio or one bedroom, and two, just like we do for cars, 2 secure spots for 2 bedrooms and up. And then I know that item B-1-5 needs to be updated to include the fact that the REACH code is actually stronger than what's outlined there in B-1-5. And then I think the actual what's written in the document for T-3-1 needs to be updated to include the new recommendation number 2 for the VMT reduction. N-2-3, the sustainability planting guide, I would like to see that include a prohibition on invasive species from the plant right guidelines. And then on tree planting, N-1-4 and N-1-1, the right-of-way tree planting. What I've noticed is that a lot of people don't like street trees because they uproot the sidewalks, and it's expensive for the city. So I know that it costs about $200 per tree to install root barriers, but I think that that's money well spent in terms of long-term costs of having to replace sidewalks and grind and all of that. So I don't know if there's a way to require the city, when they put in a tree, to install root barriers. And then I just noticed in the restrooms here at City Hall, we have what seems to be white bleached paper towels in the restrooms. And so it makes sense to go to a unbleached 50% post-consumer content towel there. That would, sort of spur the reuse or the demand for recycling content. And then, we just had that dire drought report and talking about, redoing the lawn areas in a number of city facilities. But I think that we should move aggressively to, in fact, there's a ban. You get fined if you water within 48 hours of rain. So we need to have enviro-transpiration-aware irrigation replaced at all of our municipal facilities. So the irrigation systems need to be aware of weather, wind, rain, so on. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Michelle. I have if you can please elaborate on slide number 5. We have 2 bullets, last 2 bullets. One is regarding the installing rooftop solar energy and need to make it more appealing and cost effective while discussed with the Planning Commission. Can you please elaborate that? And the next bullet is about concern over city's contract with vendor and collects mixed waste, basically. What was discussed and what was the issue on that? And I do agree with Vice Mayor Jain's consideration for root barriers. That is, I see a lot of side payments being lifted because of the root, and if that can solve that problem, it is a small investment while we are planting that tree, and we don't have to put in recurring expenses into that. And there's a hazard for pedestrians anyway. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Michelle. It's hard to believe, I think it was 2 years ago when you came on board, and the first time I ever heard you speak was at the community workshop in July of 2020. And that was I couldn't believe how you sounded so young. That's what I remember about your voice, because I don't even know that we were on Zoom yet. No, she has a very young voice. So, just I guess one comment. I'm glad that one of the strategies is to increase the tree canopy cover, especially after hearing from the residents that brought forth the 030 policy request this evening. So hopefully we can have some more discussion when that comes back. I'm curious to know, under the climate action plan update, under building and energy, the carbon neutral data centers, I'm curious to know what was the reaction of the stakeholders, and specifically data center owners, when you talked about that, or did they have any input or feedback?
Okay, Councilmember Becker, did you speak already?
Yes, I spoke already. I think we have to go to public hearing, then we make a motion.
Yeah, okay. All right, so that would be, Michelle, if you're prepared to answer some of these questions. Some more comments, others questions. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So I'll go down the list, and then if I miss any, please feel free to speak up. And I've also got our team on the line that can help support any of these. To begin with, the first question, municipal facilities policy, and what is the CAP's stance with the replacement on burnout? And the goal of this action in the CAP is to develop that policy. So that policy is not developed in the CAP. The goal of the CAP is to be an overarching guide with targets on our greenhouse gas emissions reductions, and to then help guide other plans and policies that have specific actions in them to be able to meet those targets. So we would be proposing in the CAP to develop this municipal plan, and in that municipal plan, there would be the details built out, and these things would come before council as policies and plans do. So, but having said that, HVAC burnout and things like those kinds of fuel switching would be part of a municipal fleet, municipal facilities plan. It's just, it wouldn't only be that, it would be much more. So we wouldn't want to limit the details that we put in a plan like that by keep putting one or two into the CAP. We'd want to make sure that a plan covered everything that related to fuel switching and municipal facilities going greener. So that would be something that we would develop, and also any of the policies that pertain to the city that our current ordinances would apply to facilities in Tilton. And second one was bike parking. Changing the bike parking to one for the studios and 1 bedrooms, and 2 for 2 bedrooms and above would also be another specific action that would be more appropriate to be taken under zoning or some ordinance that would fit the change in that plan, and putting it into the climate action plan would not necessarily be the right place to do that here, but that's certainly something that could be put into zoning or ordinances in the future. And then B15, the REACH code, you're correct, that was captured in the appendix where we have the implementation matrix. The new REACH codes were captured there, and that would be modified to reflect, if you were to approve the CAP today and adopt it, we would make that modification in that approval. The next one was T31, the update to include VMT reduction. And I'm assuming what you mean is that would include the staff recommendation of 20% on the multifamily, with half of that being required to be through active TDM measures.
Correct, yeah.
Great, and that is in the recommendation tonight. So adopting the CAP tonight would include that, and then it would get captured into the CAP document. N23, the sustainable planting guide. I I could, again, the sustainable planting guide would need to be established. So we wouldn't want the level of detail of which plant species would be allowable in the cap. That would be too granular of a level, and we'd want it to be as part of a policy that we could refer to. So that would certainly be something that we could do, and that could pertain to our tree species as well. We could look at invasives and how those impact. And that is generally something that we are looking at when we're doing tree plantings more and more because of drought conditions. So, so that could certainly be something looked at in developing a plant species guide. With the right-of-way tree planting, I believe the concern was in relation to roots. And so I could certainly let Director Mobeck speak to that if there was more detail needed, but I'll start by answering that with that the tree species selected, we now are very clear about supporting the public. And so if someone is interested in a street tree, one of the things that we do is support the selection of the tree so that it's the right tree for that space. So we wouldn't be putting in anything that has tree roots come up and cause major damage. So that's something very important to consider too, that we are playing a role in that. And oh, the bleached paper towels, they're not bleached paper towels, and they are they look white, and that was one of the concerns. We worked with the vendor last December upon council direction during the sustainability presentation, and those paper towels that are in City Hall are unbleached, but they have speckles in them, but they are basic. The base is white, so they look like they're bleached, and they are recycled content. I can't remember off the top of my head, I'm sorry, but I know they are above 30%. And they may be upwards of 50. So those have been changed out since December.
And they're rough surface.
Doing our best. One of the big things that we're working on right now is drought and landscaping across all city facilities, and in relation to redoing lawn irrigation and envirotranspiration, the Parks and Recreation Department has changed out several controllers to make sure that there is better control over watering to support less water use in the areas that do require irrigation. And we're also looking at potential demonstration projects to show how lawns could be converted out to native or low water landscapes. Let's see, slide 5. I think we're on to Councilmember Chahal's questions. Slide 5 from the Planning Commission. The two comments on concerns with solar rooftop. There was just a discussion that the Planning Commission had on how there was a desire to make that program more effective, but also the recognition that it just doesn't pay off. So it was really just a discussion around the challenges around solar rooftop with SVP's low rates not being as big of a payoff as they would like it to be. And the concern around mixed waste, there was a question around recycling with mixed waste. And the question was that how do you prevent recyclables from getting contaminated when you're doing mixed waste organics collection? And there was clarification provided to the Planning Commission that we still do collect traditional recycling at curbside. And so the mixed waste processing, the answer to that concern was that the mixed waste processing is anything that comes out of mixed waste processing. It captures additional organic materials that then get composted. And it also captures some recyclables that are mistakenly put in the garbage. And that's in addition to what's already recycled. So that was the answer to that concern over whether recyclables are getting soiled with mixed waste. It was just a clarification that we still do collect recyclables at curbside. And I believe the root barrier question was addressed with the other concern related to uprooting of sidewalks with the right-of-way tree planting. And Councilmember Watanabe, you had a question about increased tree canopy. there are several ways we're doing that. There's the efforts going on in our parks for putting in trees wherever possible to support creating shade areas, cooling off of pavement areas, as well as the program that we discussed earlier of the right-of-way tree planting. And then we are also have been for about a year part of the county's Santa Clara Urban Forest Alliance. And that is a regional approach to creating urban canopy, because we recognize that cooling of our Silicon Valley area is not going to follow jurisdictional boundaries. So we're doing, we have a regional collaborative to increase tree canopy across the region that also supports grant writing and efforts. And we've seen some partnerships between some of our boundaries with San Jose, where we're looking at partnerships to potentially add in more tree canopy, as well as looking at grants for the regional group. So there's a variety of different ways we're looking at it, not just one single approach. We're looking at it from our parks, through public works streets, and then also through this regional collaborative. But if I didn't answer your question, please feel free to clarify. And then for I think the last question was data centers. The data center focus group said that they want to align the procurement renewables goal with SVP, with the goals of companies that lease space in the data centers. So they may want carbon-free electricity. So that was one of their feedback from the data centers themselves, is that they just wanted to be able to align that. And I believe that's all of the questions, but if I didn't answer anything, please feel free to speak up.
Okay, thank you. And we do have some public members as well, so I'm going to go to the public now. We have Dash. Are you on the line, Dash?
I am, thank you.
All right, welcome.
Hello, my name is Dasha Leeds. I'm the conservation organizer for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We're in strong support of this climate action plan. Thank you so much to staff for all of your hard work on this. And thank you for the council for really taking a leadership position in establishing the interim 80 by 35 target. We think that's really, really important to be able to get to that point so that we're in a strong position to meet carbon neutrality by 45, or hopefully sooner. We'd like to stress the importance of the electrification incentives, financing, and outreach, which is contained in measures B11 and B12. Community education and financial support form an absolutely necessary foundation from which aggressive climate action can follow. And the goals of decarbonizing our society with the urgency that the climate crisis demands and with the equity protections that our conscious demands is absolutely important. And this task is both necessary and achievable. Santa Clara isn't alone, and many other Bay Area cities, such as San Jose, are also exploring these goals. I'd like to highlight one thing in the CAP that I think maybe should be added into the other measures. On CAP page 41, PDF page 45 of the CAP, there's mention of local code changes preventing landlords from passing on retrofit costs. We think that's really, really important. These sort of codified renter protections and equity protections are extremely important when we're dealing with a complicated issue like this. And I think that it's likely that this is already being considered anyways, since it's in the CAP in this form. But we would really just like to highlight that these protections should also be considered, especially down the road as the city looks towards what to do with existing infrastructure. So again, thank you so much. We hope you adopt this climate action plan tonight.
Thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I just want to say that if you do a search for Inuit, I-N-U-I-T, Earth's tilt, there are scientists now that are saying that it's not so much carbon, but the Earth's tilt that's causing a lot of this climate change. Another thing is Arcimoto is a company that makes these three-wheeled vehicles, and from what I understand, you don't have to have a motorcycle license, and it's like less than $20,000. It's all electric. And if you combine that with this new battery technology, it's called Zap and Go. You can YouTube that, and that'll come up. And supposedly this company's already come up with battery technology that can allow an electric vehicle to charge in 5 minutes. So that's two of the things that you guys might want to look at. It'd be nice to have a retail company like Arcimoto maybe selling their vehicles on the north side here, especially since we got the related project coming up and we got Patrick Henry, Freedom Circle. There's going to be a lot of vehicles. So maybe that would inspire people to buy these cheaper, smaller vehicles, three-wheeled vehicles that are all electric. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosie, go ahead, Rosie.
Hello, council members. My name is Rosie. I'm a rising junior at Wilcox High School, and today I'm here with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action to put my full support for this proposed climate action plan. Climate change is a serious issue with effects ranging from droughts, wildfires, abnormal temperatures that we've observed all across Santa Clara County, and this climate action plan would be a huge step in combating climate change. So thank you for staff for making this, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Charlotte? Go ahead, Charlotte. Charlotte? I see you're unmuted.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, great. The full technologies of Zoom. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for presenting this climate change plan. You really put in a lot of effort, and it's so great to hear. I really just think, though, that a lot of the climate change and carbon neutral information isn't really targeting what we really need to do just locally. And I would just like to emphasize that we have to do, in order to make changes, we have to do locally on our own property. These, you know, like trying to change the paper towels in the bathroom. Okay, yeah, it's a small change, but trying to change everything to electrical isn't going to work either. There's just so many more efforts that we can put in, and I think trying to pull resources and spend money on making everything electrical isn't going to matter right away. Electric has, I guess my physics teacher taught me there's no such thing as a free lunch, and batteries isn't going to make the earth carbon neutral. So it doesn't matter if it's electrical or if it's fossil fuels, it's not going to matter. So we really need to figure out what to do. So I just don't think that, you know, any sort of carbon neutral plan isn't going to change everything. So let's get, the only thing that's going to make the real changes is organic and what we grow from the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlotte. Betsy?
Good evening again. Betsy Magus. I am a member of the city's Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, speaking this evening for myself. I encourage the council to adopt this climate action plan, and I congratulate everybody who worked on it. I think it is a big step up from our 2013 version. I would remind the council, I think most of the council is already largely in favor of this. I would remind the council that land use and transportation go hand in hand. And I would urge you not only to pass this climate action plan, but to continue to be aggressive about implementing and accelerating the adoption of the plan. And particularly, I know that the council has been very, very supportive of electrification efforts. Please also be supportive of land use and transportation that favors not just cars, but everybody, transit, bicycling, walking. And please be supportive of those things, even when it may be unpopular. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and for considering this climate action plan.
Thank you, Betsy. Do we have any other Assistant City Clerk? No other speakers or comments on e-comments? Okay. Councilmember Becker, you have a motion?
Sure, Mayor. Yes, I do have a motion. I'd like to take staff's recommendation as my motion, and I will also be open to any amendments as well. I know one of the things that were brought up by one of the people that called in was about equity protections, and I would really like to have that included into this motion as well.
Second.
Motion and a second. So city staff, or Michelle, do you understand about the equity protections? Does our staff understand that, or do you want further clarification from the maker of the motion? Oh, we can't hear you, Michelle. Unmute.
I'm assuming that that is in relation to building electrification and building decarbonization.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I think the biggest question I would have is where that would be, or whether that equity protection would be something that we would fold into ordinances as we develop our building electrification ordinances.
I would think it's in the ordinances, but I don't know what you're thinking, motion maker.
I prefer it to be in the ordinances. I don't know if the person who was speaking is still on the line, but that's kind of what I got from what his presentation was.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I think that's what I interpreted from Dash's comments.
And I do see that
the ordinance would incorporate that.
I do see his hand was put up. Can you go ahead, Mr.?
He's not. No, I'm not going back to the public.
Okay.
If you.
Okay. So, yeah, that's it.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Chahal. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Jane.
Yeah, I think what Dash was referring to is that there are local code changes preventing landlords from passing on the costs to the renters, and so we need protections. I believe he said that those are already in this cap, but we need to make sure that we work diligently to make sure that those are protected. So that's what he was referring to.
Thank you,
But
Councilman.
There was one item that I did miss, and I want to encourage SVP to move expeditiously towards this green button connect, because that allows people to be able to monitor their panel usage so that they know the maximum power usage on their panels, and they don't have to upgrade their panel sizes if they're going to add another electrical device like a heat pump water heater. So we really need to accelerate the adoption of Green Button Connect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank, first of all, Councilmember Jane's leadership on this topic. Basically, he has always been enlightening the council as well as I think the city staff on this one. So it has been a great contribution from Vice Mayor Jan on this thing. I would like to highlight that. And on the other note, Michelle, since you came, I think we have fast-tracked the climate action plan. And I also want to highlight your contribution towards what we are going to vote on today, basically. And proactive support from the student leaders like Silicon Valley Youth Group. They have been in each and every meeting, attending these meetings and advocating for this thing. So I want to laud their contribution also. And I would like to have a request or look into further down the line, like the thing which was discussed at Planning Commission, cost benefit analysis of installing rooftop solar. Solar, as the other gentleman presented, it's free, and even if we have to make it let's find out ways to make it feasible for homeowners to install solars. And if SVP or your department can look into how we can make those feasible, that would be a good thing for our residents as well as the climate action plan in totality. I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. I do support this climate action plan. It's funny, but Councilmember Chahal kind of stole my thunder. I was also going to thank Vice Mayor Jane for his work in this area. I think that this is not just a council priority, it's a personal priority, and it really shows in his knowledge and the things that he works on. I also hear from the people in the audience, and I have the same concerns, which is reduction doesn't happen by simply switching to another power source. I think that simply switching to another form of energy, although it's cleaner, comes with other issues. I mean, Jevons law tells us that as a resource becomes more available, the usage increases. And I would hate to see people simply using more and more electricity because they consider it to be green or available. I think that reduction should look at how we actually reduce use, not just increase or switch our uses. I remember talking to somebody from Caltech on an airplane, and the question was, are we trading the carbon crisis of the 2000s for the battery disposal crisis of the 2030s? I don't know if that's the case. I mean, I know that battery creation and disposal come with their own problems, but I also know that as technology improves, we'll get some of the efficiencies, we'll get, things will become better and better and better. But at the same time, I'd like to see incentives to convert to more efficient devices and more efficient appliances as the technology improves, and ways to recycle the old technology as we switch out. I think that these are concerns that we don't think about. We think about the blue sky path on how we convert, but we don't think about what happens to the old technology, what happens to the old stuff as we pull it out. I mean, I think that if we look locally, I think that our goal in a climate action plan would be to find ways to put the local utilities out of business so that we can be self-sufficient and generate our needs directly on our properties. I think that is a noble goal. I think it's going to be a lot longer to get there, but I'd really like it if we started thinking in that direction and actually considered reducing use instead of simply converting to a different power source. I mean, I've got a lot of things now that never required power. I've got a lot of children's toys that I never used to need electricity when I was younger, but now I had a rule for my daughter, which is I didn't want anything made of plastic. I didn't want anything that required electricity, but I don't think the last birthday I received a single thing that didn't require electricity or a single thing that didn't include plastic. And I'm one to speak with all my devices here, but at the same time, if you know who I am, I'm actually trying to reduce my use of electricity. It's just that my mortgage doesn't seem to allow that. Thank you.
All right, so is there any other council member that hasn't spoken? Did we have a motion and a second, right? I want to thank, I know we started this over 2 years ago, so I want to thank Michelle Templeton for everything that she has done and our staff has done to put this together. I think it's a great plan, and it's been a long time coming, So thank you so much, Michelle. Is there any final comments that you want to make before we vote on this?
Just that I would be remiss to not acknowledge the hard work of the primary team, Michelle Ruel and John Davidson. So thanks to the whole team, and they've been drivers in this since the beginning, before I even came on.
Thank you for giving them a shout out as well. I know it's been a long time coming. So we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready. And thank you for staying up so late with us and your staff as well.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you again on that. City Manager, did you? Oh. Okay, so I think we only have one item left, and it's before midnight, so we can get started on it, which is action on a resolution declaring the Loyalton Ranch property surplus.
Mayor, that's an internal item to the city. It's up to you. If you want to discuss it today, we have staff available. Or if you want to defer it, you have that option as well.
It's up to the council.
Yeah, I'm deferring to the council.
I'd like to hear it.
It's up to you.
They want to hear it.
Okay. So we have SVP staff Manuel Pineda available to brief you on this item. I guess council, this is before my time, but what I picked up on this item is that you've seen it twice before in December and March. and you had directed staff to go back, get it appraised, and then, you have to take action to declare it surplus. There's a process to do that. And this is the property which is city-owned in the Sierra foothills at California-Nevada border, about 35,000, I think, square feet. So rather than take staff's thunder away, I'll defer to Manuel. Manuel, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Pleasure to be here tonight. Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. I do have a short presentation for you, and I know the city manager went through some items, so I'll go through it quickly, especially at this time of night. So in background, we have gone through the background many times before. Just want to clarify that it's about a 10,000 acre property that was purchased in 1977. Have been to council many times for discussion with you. Just want to highlight on December 14th, you directed us to develop a strategy, came back on March 8th with a note and file on the strategy and next steps. And we'll move to the next steps. The next steps were an updated appraisal, which has been completed, and we appraised the property at $4.37 million. I do want to note that as part of the last report, we noted that we tried to get more local appraisers, I'll say, so we could see if there were any different numbers from our local appraisers. We contacted 6 firms, and they were all too busy to help us, so we used the appraisal we normally use, Volvich Property. We had council members visit Loyalton on April 26th. Thank you for making the time for that. I know that the staff appreciated being able to show the property. And today we're here for the consideration to declare the property as surplus. I had some highlights for you as to kind of what that means. It's all on the report. It's also on all the resolutions, so I won't spend any time reading for that for you today. If council does declare the property surplus, a notice of availability would proceed. We would issue the notice of availability. After that, we would take 60 days where we cannot take action on the property. After those, if somebody does submit, then there'll be good faith negotiations for 90 days. A lot of things will happen during this process. So of course, we could be communicating with you as items move forward. Staff does not have a recommendation. We gave you a couple of options within the staff report. And I just wanted to note there are outside counsel is here as well today, Rick Jarvis, in case you have any legal questions regarding the process. That concludes staff presentation. Of course, we're available for any questions.
Thank you. I have some council lights on. So Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Manuel, for the presentation. I first also want to thank staff members Alan Curatori and Joseph Brazzoni. I hope I said his last name correctly. I wanted to thank them for the safe journey that they took us on up to the Loyalton property. I did make a little report about this last time and, reports from council members, but now we can actually get into a little more details since this is items now on the agenda. I have to say that the property was breathtaking. It was very transcendent. I'm amazed that our city does own this property. And part of me really kind of wants to keep it, but part of me is saying, well, what are we going to do with it? And, seeing that all the land, I mean, there are some very breathtaking, and one thing that I do have to say is we actually beat the snow up there. Because I know about 2 weeks after we went, it just constant snowstorm that came through. So the property doesn't seem like it has any potential use. It seems like I think it's a great asset for maybe somebody else to have. But for our city, I just don't think it's currently working. Again, the property is up in the Sierras. Most of it was burned, and Alan and Joseph did show us the parts of these properties that were burned and that needed basically some tender, loving care. And I think that's kind of probably going to be more costly to us down the road. So I'm in more favor to move forward on declaring that this property is a surplus.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes, I had a presentation. I don't know, Nora, do you have that presentation?
Is this a long presentation?
Nope, very short.
What does very short mean?
6 slides. Okay. I don't know what happened there. Okay, this is where it is. It's about 25 miles from Reno. Next slide. So, okay, next slide. Yeah. So in 1977, the council approved $2,000 to go do an analysis of whether there was geothermal there. So geonomics went and drilled 2,000 feet, and they said, with present evidence, it appears that the temperatures are not sufficient for electrical power generation, but the data is not conclusive. And then the Parks and Rec people, they said, there's potential for camping and hiking there, but then the council members said, no, we don't want to use it
I've
for that.
seen this
Next slide.
presentation.
Yes.
You've given
Yes,
us this
I know.
presentation
I
before.
know.
Okay.
I just want to set there are people that have not seen this. Next slide,
No one's
please.
watching it now at this time of hour.
Okay, well, someone will watch the video later. Next slide. Okay, so the history is that staff has recommended many times to sell this land. In 2017, the staff recommended that we sell it, okay? The city would be free of all liability. This, Debbie Davis said this, would be free of liability hazards caused by trespassers. And then in 2018, SVP recommended selling it again. And then the grazing contracts had to be reduced because nobody wanted to do it. So it's been assessed many times for about $4 million. Then it got burned. Next slide. And so we had this appraisal, 4.1 million, and the highest best use is as vacant grazing land. So that, and it's, you know, Loyalton is the loneliest town in America, according to the report. Next slide, please. Okay, so it's a terrible investment. If we took the 4 million and we just invested it, we would make more money than what we're getting from grazing rights. Next slide. And so then we had this fire and you know, it's just a liability to have this and have to deal with the fires. That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Nora, I did send you pictures. We did take pictures while we were up there. There's cows, there's deer. They said there were snakes. I'm glad I didn't see any. We stomped around enough that I hope we frightened them. And there is trash there from the domicile that was there. There were only, I think, about 5 pictures. She went through them kind of fast. Oh. But there is nothing, in fact, my joke was while we were up there, there's not a lot of there. And I would concur that the 3 parcels are not contiguous. We were only able to go on 2 of them. The third one, you have to approach by an ATV. There is a bit of water near where the foundation was. You can see I got a picture of Councilmember Park taking pictures. But this is the burnout foundation from what was left. That is somewhat, the concern is the liability. A little bit of green there is because there's a spring, which makes it better for grazing. But other than that, you can see the really nice road we were taking and had to stop because it was too hard to go. And then this was some of the water that was passing on the second site right over the road. I mean, there is nothing, there is no use for the city that we could determine. And I do feel like it is a liability. And these are a bunch of the burned out trees that could come down at any time. Thank you.
Anyone else who hasn't spoken yet? Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So the question is, what can we do if we keep it? And I don't have an answer for that. None of, probably, if somebody has an answer that it can be good asset for the city of Santa Clara for anything, I'm ready to listen to that. But if we could not do anything for last, I don't know how many years, decades basically. So, and one thing I didn't find is from risk analysis point, like what risk are we exposing the city of Santa Clara by keeping this thing? I would like to have that analysis, but looks like we are exposed to the risk, and comments from the former council members also tell me that. So keeping that thing in mind, I think we should get rid of it and invest that money probably in a other asset where we can find out that that's the best use of the money with what we'll get it from it. And I know after the fire, we have to barricade it. We have not done anything. And those are the exposures we are exposing the city of Santa Clara for that matter. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Member of, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it seems like with this discussion has been going on for a long time. I briefly took a look at the appraisal report that was done, and I was surprised to see that the value per acre was $425. I just did a search through the internet myself on properties, vacant properties, since this is vacant property, trying to find something comparable. And I found a 1.06 acre piece of property for $65,000. So that is a big difference between what was in the appraisal versus this piece of property that's now available. I'm regarding the comment about this could be an asset for somebody else. Why can't it be an asset for the city of Santa Clara? Land is valuable no matter where it is, and it can be a risk anywhere it is. Even where we are right now, the land underneath us could be a risk. We could have an earthquake. So, I mean, but the bottom line is land is valuable wherever it is. One of my favorite quotes in the movie Gone with the Wind, when Tara, Scarlett O'Hara is talking to her father, and he's telling her about the value of land, and you never get rid of land. Regarding this being the loneliest town in America, I'm sure there are lots of towns out there that have been lonely at one time. But when you look, I mean, I've looked on the map to see where this property is located, and it really isn't that far from Reno. I've talked to some folks that were on the NCPA conference visit to Washington that live up in that area, and I specifically asked them about Loyalton. And they were familiar with the property and the area, and they said that it's growing, that Tahoe, North Lake Tahoe is spreading up into that area. I think it would be a very, very big mistake to sell this property. I think, the city doesn't sell property, we lease property. So if we were going to do something, lease it to somebody that could make it, turn it into something. Who knows, maybe a BMX track. But my point is that this is valuable land, and I don't think this is the time to get rid of it. I think the area is still, the state of California is still growing exponentially, and I think there could potentially be an opportunity here, and if it's going to be an asset for somebody, I want it to be an asset for the city of Santa Clara. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed. Is there anybody, other council members that have their hands up? Go ahead, Councilmember Park.
Thank you. I think the quote is something like, "Don't get rid of land because they don't make it anymore." And I looked at the reports and I visited the property, and it is a beautiful property. It's got a creek running through it. The water actually acted as a fire break during the fire, and we could see what it probably looked like before the fire on one side, and what it looked like kind of cleared of all the brush and all the bushes after the fire went through on the other. We know that there's hunting there. I mean, we get requests. I believe the city gets requests for hunters. I don't know if it's often, but occasionally, and we even saw bullets while we rested at one of our sites. It also supports homesteads. I mean, even on the way to the structure that burned down, where we were renting it to people who were supposed to maintain the property, there were a lot of homesteads. There were a lot of ranches, on the way over there, and it does seem habitable. I looked at the reports, said that the zone general forest, open space, and agriculture. I looked at what it could be used for, legally, physically, all the different ways that you could use it. I thought about what the initial report said in Vice Mayor Jane's presentation, which is Parks and Recreation outside the city. Actually, it seems like a doable thing. What's the risk? The risk is the opportunity cost of using the proceeds of a sale to do something useful. But at the same time, I thought, well, what if we did use it for parks and recreation space? What if we did wait on this land, but found ways to use it for what we thought we could use it for? Maybe not Burning Man, except during the next fire, but I don't know. Rocky Man, Freezing Man, something where we could get people out there in a useful manner, let people who live in the city who don't generally get out to these things create a park space that people can go out to that's available and open to residents. I do understand the liability issues, but and the costs, of course, none of this comes without a cost, but I really would hate to see this land simply sold because we couldn't find a use for it, because it does seem like very, very beautiful and has a lot of potential to me. They said that you never buy land or sell land until you've seen it. After I saw it, all I could think about is why can't we do something with this place? So I'm torn. I understand the incremental benefit we'd get from selling it, but I can also imagine benefit, maybe not, long-term keeping it or finding something that we can do. And we don't have to think of that ourselves. I mean, there's lots of Boy Scout troops. There's a lot of other things that we could just tell them, hey, go out there, visit. In fact, we'll subsidize a trip for you to stay overnight for a small camp out. And if you can think of something to do with this and you can propose it as a project, I'd love to support, a student or resident-run proposal. Thank you.
Everyone's spoken. Okay. First of all, I don't mind disposing of the property, but I'm not in favor of giving it away. And we had an interested party back in, was it 17 or 18, that was willing to pay over $10 million for this property, well over $1,000 an acre. And then we went through the pandemic. There's a fire on that property. And I know the council members that went up and saw that the burned out building there with all the debris around. Well, it was this council that decided not to pay the money to clean it up. So you all decided not to clean it up and then said, oh, look at all the junk around the foundation. We should have cleaned it up because that was a liability, but at the time, you all decided not to do that. This property belongs to our electric utility, so the money does not go into the general fund. So we can't use it for whatever you think we all may be able to use it for. It belongs to the electric utility and the ratepayers. And I think that we have a fiduciary responsibility to the ratepayers that if we are going to dispose of property, that we do it at the best time and for the highest and best use, for the highest and best value, fair market value for the ratepayers. Right now, if you're to dispose of it and sell it, assuming anyone's even interested in paying that appraisal value, which is at the lowest point that you can get, you're leaving a lot of money on the table for the that the ratepayers are not going to achieve. And so I think it's giving the property away at $400 an acre. So the council can go ahead and do what you're going to do, but I think that it's to me, it's a gift of public funds because you're selling at the worst possible real estate time for that property, the worst possible time. I would wait until it revives itself and we can see what the value is going to be after the pandemic settles in a little bit. And if it's at the right time, I don't mind selling it at all. No one up here would sell your house in a low real estate market after a fire. Nobody would do that. So why are we doing that with electric utility property? I think that there is value there. There's property that's surrounding it. It's a growing area. It has to grow because this area is getting too crowded. People are moving up there, and it's a beautiful area. And there's water there. That's the important part. There is water on this property. So declaring it surplus now, putting it out is putting it out at a very low value, and I'm absolutely not in favor of that. So do we have speakers from the public? I saw someone. Are they gone now? Any member of the public want to speak on this? Okay, so we're back now to the council. Is there a motion? Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I did have some footage that I'm glad that Nora did remind me that there was provided. I suggest you put it on mute because I think the wind was pretty heavy that day and it makes a lot of noise. And so a lot of the concerns also come from this too. I'll show you in a second, which I think
What are we looking at now? Wind? We're watching a wind video?
So this is the footage. As Councilmember Hardy said, these are the trees that were burned out. I know Joseph and Alan were telling us that any of these trees that could collapse, if anyone's on the property, that we would be liable for that. This is basically the giant vista that we had where the property, we couldn't go further because it was washed out. And then we'll come back to here in a second. A lot of cows. And it's perfect for grazing, but there's a lot of unknown factors. I know one of the things that are coming up here, which was I called it the little pond or the pool. I asked Councilmember Hardy or Councilmember Park if they wanted to go for a swim. They didn't agree to it. But that is the concern is, yes, I kind of want to see the record of, where we said that we didn't want to clean it up.
Oh, yes, it's on the record. Absolutely.
Do you have that record?
We can get that.
So, because if you look at right here, that's the pond right there. I mean, that's at least 6 feet deep because it's the basement and it has to be the height of basically a person. So anybody could go into this property and then end up getting hurt. We also need to have our fences fixed. I know Councilmember Park was talking about, maybe we could utilize it for Parks and Recreation. In order to do that, we have to do a lot of fencing that needs to be fixed as well, mainly because of the fires. And then another thing that really stood out to me was that, I really wanted to go to it and I got outvoted, but it was to go see the Native American Native American land. Supposedly there was a cave that has prehistoric drawings on the inside of it. So that is kind of a concern to me that, maybe this should be, a piece of it should be given back to the Native American tribe that was existence in this area. So seeing these areas in this, and the way, I agree, it's a beautiful land. You can't reproduce land, but what are we going to do with it? especially if it's just sitting there. And the liability factor is the major concern for me. And now to address one last thing. This is not a gift of public funds if we sell it. If we are selling it, we are making money off of this. It is not a gift of public funds, and I just want to correct the record on that. But other than that, I think the property is a beautiful place. It's wonderful. It's breathtaking. I mean, frankly, I wish I could, I wish I had a few bucks in my pocket and I'll go buy the land myself, but I don't. And I think it's a position that the city's in that we can't afford, especially after a fire. And, with climate change, we're going to continue to have wildfires. I don't think we have enough snowpack up there this year as well. So there's concern that we may have another fire again. And I really do not want to see our city be in that position again, having to deal with that. So I'm ready to make a motion.
Please make your motion.
Okay, my motion is to basically get this ready for making Loyalton Ranch property a surplus.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. I assume you mean to declare it surplus?
Yes, to declare it
All
a
right,
surplus.
motion and second to declare it surplus. Vice Mayor Jane, followed by Councilmember Chahal.
You asking for votes or
Watanabe.
comments? You want
On the
comment?
motion. Well, you're.
I had my hand up.
Well, I called on
okay.
you because your hand was up.
Yeah, so reiterating what Councilmember Becker is saying, we're in a record drought. This area is going to burn again. We are trying to discourage people from living in wildlands because FEMA doesn't want to insure people that live in risky areas. I know somebody who lives in Shasta, and his insurance went up 3x because he lives in an area that's fire prone. I don't see that this land is, first, it's not a gift of public funds. We're going through a whole process of a appraisal, evaluation, a selling of the property, but SVP could use this money to do decarbonization efforts, to move that climate action plan further along. So they could put up more solar. They could put up more windmills. They could do lots of things with that money. Right now, that land is completely useless for SVP operations. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I will support the motion, and that doesn't mean we are selling it right now. We're just declaring it surplus. But at the same time, I would like the city or SVP basically to do the detailed risk analysis. Like I heard multiple times that there's a great risk to the city from this property. I would like to see that risk analysis. What is the experts say? What is it exposing the city to? And at the same time, I would like this property, like I calculated, this is with SVP for last 45 years. How come we did not plan anything in last 45 years? What to do with it? And I would ask Mr. Manuel, do we have any plan as of now, as of today, to do something, whatever, recreation or whatever? Do we have any plan? Did we discuss any time within the SVP board, what can be done with this property? I'm looking forward to that answer, and I'll hold my comments after that.
We're voting on a motion now, so.
No, but I need to have an answer from Mr. Manuel, Madam
All right,
Mayor.
I'll go down the list to see if there's any other questions, but then I'm going to I'm going to call for the vote on the motion. Councilmember Hardy?
Well, I was going to make the motion also because I feel like land is only as valuable as those who want it, and that's what sets the price. We can say we think it's worth more. If no one's willing to pay that, then it isn't worth more. And we'll see what we could get out of it. But I think declaring it surplus is the right move. Thank you.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah, and I understand the sentiments. I'm just kind of torn because I can imagine so many things as an engineer, mechanical engineer, when I saw the property. And I know we voted not to clear it out because why would we put money in for something we haven't seen? But my first thought is it'll buff out. But can we do a transfer from the utility to another city organization that perhaps can develop the land or look into developing the land in other ways that we can think about?
City would have to buy it.
But I'm saying that could we do a transfer, or could we do, could we do a sale like just a straight one-to-one sale from one to another? I mean, it would just be a.
Mayor and council, just with regards to the legal requirements, when you have a special fund like this, you've got basically utility ratepayers that have provided that resource. They are entitled to get a benefit from that. If a concept is there for some sort of fair market value trade relating to general fund or some other resource, we'd have to look at that. That is possible, but there would have to be an exchange of value that would give the ratepayers essentially the same resource.
Understood. Okay. Thank you very much for that. I mean, the reason that I ask is because we know that people live there. I mean, there are homesteads there. The reason that the fire consumed our property is because the fire department deprioritized saving uninhabited lands. Our facility, our structure was uninhabited, and they said, well, we're not going to try to save that. And that's the reason why, 100 yards from where we were, the homesteads didn't burn. They were saved. And I just keep thinking, it's beautiful land. The fire actually did us a lot of favors. I don't think that we could have gone as far as we had gotten if we didn't have the brush cleared out. There is water on the land. We saw that the creek, or maybe I don't know how big it gets, but it did act as a fire break. And when I look at those things, I think there's a lot you can do with it. But if it's owned by the utility, that again negates a lot of the things that I'd like to do, unless we can find some way to transfer the land and provide a benefit for the ratepayers. And that's I think a longer process, and if we make the decision to declare it surplus, we'll never get to that process. We'll never see what we can do. And again, I don't know that we're losing anything if we even push this out again, because the cost would be the opportunity cost of using the sale, using the proceeds to do something else. And I don't know that we've looked at all the possibilities yet. Thank you.
Thank you. So Director of our electric utility, Benoit Pineda, or someone from SVP, can you please answer Councilmember Chahal's question before we actually take a roll call vote?
Sure, Mayor.
Thank you.
Happy to do that. Manuel Pineda here again. Councilmember Chahal, regarding a risk analysis, not really sure kind of what you would be looking for here. I do want to acknowledge in the discussion that we were in front of the council. I don't have the exact date anymore with regards to this property, with a contract to look at the fencing as well as looking at demolition of the buildings, because we're concerned about that risk and cleaning the property up. Fully understood that at the time the council didn't want to spend money until they determined what they wanted to do with the property. But that was our concern, Councilmember Chahal, was the risk of having the property that you visited and just making sure we could fence it. And I think part of it was actually to fly it to determine what level of fencing would be needed at what locations. I can talk to the staff to see if there's any analysis that can be done. Really, from our perspective, it was really about clearing it out to minimize any issues there, and then providing appropriate fencing at appropriate locations to minimize access. As you can imagine, with a 10,000 acre property, right, you can only try to minimize access for people who are trying to get in the most appropriate spots. Beyond that, of course, we have the risk of additional fire that could occur, people entering the property, so on and so on. But I'll check with staff if there's really any analysis that can be done beyond kind of the key things that we wanted to address, because we knew of the damage that had occurred. Regarding the property for the last 40 years, I know I look old enough to remember the last 40 years, but I'm not quite there yet and haven't been here that long. I can tell you that we have checked all the files and staff has looked at all the files, looking at all the history. There is no SVP purpose identified. They looked at different possible power generation sources, so as a electrical source was never identified. And they also did look at a number of other non-SVP opportunities. I think even pheasant hunting was one of the things that was looked at many, many years ago, as well as maybe a ski area as well. So it has been looked at previously. So from a electrical perspective, nothing was identified. I think the question has been, at least since I've been here, is about the value of the property and the right time to sell it. And that's really the discussion that the council has had. And that's why staff doesn't make a recommendation. It's not really a electrical discussion, but more about kind of how do you balance, the property purchase, property sale, and when the right time to sell could be. So we have looked at it, looking at all the files and having identified an SVP purpose. And I do want to note as well that it was bought with SVP funds. So obviously any sale would come back to SVP. And we would look at as part of the budget to determine where any of those proceeds would go. I hope that answered the question. I know the risk analysis, maybe you were looking for something different or specific that we came back to you on, but that's kind of what we looked at it more holistically as to how we could make the site less accessible and clean it up was really our goal at the time.
Yeah, so the following upon that, like when I said risk analysis, it does depend on like how much we are spending to mitigate the risk, basically. If you're spending $100,000 or $500,000 just to mitigate the risk, and SVP does not have any feasibility of any use of it if we could not find out about it. So if I'm hearing right from you, Director Pineda, you are saying is we don't have a use, we are ready to sell it, but at the right price. So only hitch is that we are trying to find out the right time to sell it out. And till that time, let's say we declare it surplus today, whatever happens today, and we don't make a deal in next 3 years. So my question is, how much is the city being exposed to next 3 years? If we don't fence it, or if we fence it, how much expenses we are trying to make on it? So all those are the, if we are spending $1 million to protect ourselves from feasibility or protecting the site, or $500,000, is it worth it? Or to wait for the price to increase? So those are the analyses which I can't make it, and I want some expert to make it for me. And that's the answers I'm looking to. But declaring it surplus today, it doesn't harm me, it is a one step towards the next process. We can do the next process, we may not do the next process, depending upon how the market goes or what the council decide at that time. So
if I could add one more thing to that, just
sure.
to clarify. So yeah, so the contract that we brought forward previously was actually for the designer to go out there and take a look at the fencing and what fencing was required, about what it would be for the demolition and how much it would cost to demolish the project. So it wasn't yet to spend the money to actually do the work. It's just for a design consultant to tell us what the work would be and what the engineering estimate would be. Certainly, I can't remember off the top of my head what the estimate was to do that work. It was not inexpensive for sure. It was so I don't have the information on what it would take, how much it would cost to fence it, how much it would cost to clean it, how much it would cost to demolish it, because we did not proceed with the contract. But we could always come back to council and let you know how much the contract would be to get that information. I would imagine if we did proceed at this point, it would probably take a couple of years between contract award, design, and then construction award to get it all done. But we'll take a closer look, council member, and see if we can get you some better numbers. But since we did not proceed with the design and flying the site and determining how much fencing we would need, we won't have good numbers for you on that.
Okay, I would be interested in getting to know what are the rough numbers, and just to let, I'm not sure you mentioned I visited, or you mentioned in general visited. I did not visit the property. I just want to clarify that.
I apologize.
No. Maybe you're mentioning about other people, but I just want to clarify myself. I did not visit.
And from a staff perspective, obviously we had a lot of discussions about this point. Some of them were deferred a few times, but we're happy, whatever council, however the council wants to proceed. If they want to proceed with the the possible sale. Obviously, that sale wouldn't happen right away. If we would maintain the property as we have for the last few decades, staff can proceed either way and will be successful under either scenario.
Thank you. And Mayor Gilmore, you mentioned that in 2017, the property got an offer for $10 million. Were there any, if you can get us
We
up to
talked
date?
about that already, and we did have an offer. We talked about it in closed session, so. Yes, and that was the value, and we didn't move ahead with it. We didn't think it was enough at the time.
Okay. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that this council voted down even pursuing the information on what it would cost to make sure that the city and the electric utility was more protected by looking at the fencing and cleaning up the burnt out foundations and everything that was around there. So if you talk about, you're worried about liability, yet you didn't want to find out how much it cost to make sure that the property was safe, I think we should revisit that no matter what happens. And I just want to say that if you declare the property surplus, you're starting the process. You're putting out a notice of availability, and the process is starting, so.
Can I make a?
No, I would like to have a motion. We have the motion in a second, unless you have something really important to say. It's past midnight.
I'm asking for a friendly amendment to the motion. Can we request broad expenses which we might incur if we want to protect the property with the fencing and do all the cleanup work?
So bring back what you voted down before? Is that what you're asking?
No, in parallel, even if we declare it surplus today, in parallel, I want the staff to bring that expenses, what it would cost to us, so that we know that this is the incurring cost we will be incurring if we want to protect the property and to reduce our risk, basically. So that's my friendly amendment to the motion, if you can agree.
I will accept your amendment because I think this is for transparency.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to declare the property surplus. And I guess bring back what the report that was brought to the council before.
No, we don't have a report to the council.
We did. Matt, the director talked about it. He just said.
How much? How much would it cost to us?
It was to hire the consultant to find out how much the fencing.
That's what I'm saying. So if
he would have to bring the same report back.
Yeah, I'm authorizing the council, I'm authorizing the director to go ahead and hire somebody to find out how much would it cost to reduce our risk.
I think it was like $100,000, so he has to bring the contract to us. We can't authorize it.
It was at least $50,000.
We can't authorize it just by this motion. He has to bring a contract to us. We have to approve it and then go out. Isn't that correct, Director Pineda?
Mayor, for SVP,
Yes.
we are able to contract up to $150,000. So there's authority to that. So I will go back and check the staff report.
Yeah.
Check what the consultant services were. I would have to note that I probably need to get a new quote from the designer as well, and to make a determination whether it would have to come back to council. So if the council would like to make the motion that if it's give me authority to execute a contract, if it's below the authority that, give the city manager authority to execute a contract. If it's below the authority that the city manager has. Otherwise, request that I bring it back to council for your consideration. I would say that motion would cover both scenarios.
Yeah, I assume you brought it to us in the first place because it was past the authority rights that you already had.
I apologize, Mayor. The thing I don't remember is that as part of that contract originally, we had two properties. We had the Benicia property and the Loyalton property, and council approved the Benicia property, but not Loyalton. So I don't remember what the breakdown was for each amount.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that's part of the motion. Motion and second.
I'm not clear on the motion.
Okay, Councilmember Becker, can you repeat the motion, please?
I'm confused at what's going on in the motion. Okay, so my motion originally was to declare this as a surplus, as well as take into consideration in the amendment to Councilmember Chahal about the risk assessment, correct?
Yes, I want to find out what the consultants will cost us to do the risk analysis and to protect the property by fencing it out and clearing the property? What would be the expenses on that?
I'm sorry, Mayor.
I have a
just-
comment.
I need clarification on that. Because
Yeah, the first part of that was added in now.
Sorry, I apologize. And I know it's late at night.
We're
Councilmember,
sorry,
so-
Manuel, that it is late, so.
So I think I heard two things, Vice Mayor, Council Member, when we were originally having the discussion, I think you wanted to give us authority to actually execute the contract with the consultant to them to do the work. But I think right now, what I heard is for us to come back and let you know what the number would be, which I'm comfortable with as well. We can just bring this back to council. So the question I have is if it is within the city manager's authority, do we want to go ahead and just move forward with the design contract, or does the council want to see it under every scenario so the council can determine if they want to proceed or not?
I would like the council to see it.
I agree.
I'm
Vice
still
Mayor
very
Jane?
confused. Okay, so originally it was going to cost $30,000 to fly a plane just to go look at how much damage there is to the fence. Then they would come back to us and say it's going to cost X amount to repair the fence. Are we authorizing the $30,000 right now for him to go fly the perimeter, or what are we authorizing right now?
We are not authorizing, Vice Mayor Jain, anything. We are trying to find out if we have to do that survey by any consultant, how much would it cost? Let's say you launch an RFP that, hey, this is the scope of work, we want to get it done. And you get responses to that, okay, it will cost $100,000, it will cost $25,000, it will cost $10,000.
Right.
I'm trying to find out that how much would it,
But they have to fly the thing to figure out how much damage there is. Then they can give an estimate of how much it costs to repair the fence.
Manuel, would you like to explain again?
You're trying to.
Let Director explain again.
If I can try to help, and once again, I apologize to step in during your discussion here, but I think what Councilmember, what you said, yes, Vice Mayor Jane, flying the fence was part of the scope. There was additional scope to that. I think probably the best step at this point is kind of where you were heading with your motion, for staff to go back, look at the scope of work, look at the cost and what the scope entailed, and bring it back for council discussion to see if you would like to proceed, because I want to make sure I have the right numbers for you and the full scope. So not take any action or any direction saying proceed with the scope, but just to bring the scope back for council discussion.
That's what I want.
That's what you want.
That's
Okay,
what I want.
I get it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Becker, would you like to repeat the motion now?
Okay, so the motion is, I would like to proceed with naming this as declaring this as a surplus, including what Councilmember Chahal was just stating. Which I am still confused what's going
Basically to
on.
bring back the proposal that they gave us before.
Okay, that's fine.
That's what I said earlier,
As
didn't I?
Director Pineda said, right.
That's what I said, bring it back what we voted no on before.
If that's the motion, I got it. I know.
You got
exactly
it,
what you
right?
got it.
Do you have it, Nora? I feel so bad for Nora over here.
So I have declare the vacant Loyalton Ranch property surplus and direct staff to return with a report for discussion on how much it would cost to do a risk analysis.
Mayor, may I suggest,
Yes, go ahead, City
could
Manager.
that be two separate things? You can talk about, I mean, the motion is to declare it surplus, at the same time bring that other thing back, the scope. I mean,
split
you
it
can
up.
declare it surplus or not, that could be one motion, and then you can direct staff to bring back the scope and
All right,
cost,
so let's
rather than complicating it.
let's kill my motion, and let's go with the first one. Let's declare it a surplus. That'll be the first one, and then we'll do a separate motion.
Yes, let's do that.
Motion to declare it surplus, and there was a second by who? Who seconded it?
I'll second it.
Councilmember Hardy. Can you turn that down, please? Councilmember Park? All right, so we have a motion and a second to declare the property surplus. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No.
Okay, 4-3.
And that passes 4-3. I don't know if that works 4-3, but passes 4-3. All right, you have a second motion?
I'm going to let Councilmember Chahal do this one.
Thank you. So, as discussed, Director Pineda, we direct the staff and Director Pineda to bring back the scope of work and how much would it cost to find out to protect the city from risk management and to do the fencing and other mitigation measures which we might require to do to protect the city from the risk. Is that good enough, Dr.
That was
Pineda?
really long. Can you repeat that again? Because I want to determine whether I support that.
Okay.
Start again.
I'll try to shorten it now, if it is long. Yeah. City manager.
No, I'm just suggesting direct the city manager, not director.
Oh, okay. Okay. So my motion is to direct the city manager to bring back the scope of work and the amount it will cost to find out what it would it entail to protect the property and do the fencing and do the cleanup.
I got that.
Got it? Okay.
Okay, is there a second on that? To clean up the to get the cost to clean up the property.
I'll second it then.
Okay, I'll support that, like I did way back when. We could have it cleaned up by now. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Do you have that, Assistant City Clerk? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Yes.
I'll go back and listen, but it's
Okay.
direct the city manager to return with a scope of work and amount of cost of how much to protect the city from risk and clean up the property.
Director Pineda knows it. Yeah, that's fine.
We'll work together.
Okay, motion and a second.
I have a question.
I'm sorry, Councilmember
I'm
Watanabe.
so sorry, but what, okay, so we have had a motion to declare this surplus property. So it's, I mean, it's going to take a while, but in the meantime, what happens if somebody does decide that they want to buy it for $425 an acre and before an agreement is made about the scope of work and determining about cleaning up and fencing and yada, yada. Okay, what happens? Are we going to go through with that? Are we going to waste city money doing
have
something
every
like that?
We have every right to offer, accept, or deny any offer.
Wasn't the question.
Total waste of time.
Yes,
Mayor?
go ahead.
Sorry, so just to give you a general perspective on the timeline. So, you know, you took the motion and the NOA already, so we'll take us some time to put the notice of availability together and mail it out. After that occurs, after we mail out the NOA, after we issue it, we cannot take any action to dispose of the Loyalton Ranch property for at least 60 days. So you'll have at least those 60 days. Now, if the city receives one or more responses to the NOA within those 60 days, they will have to engage in good faith negotiations with the respondents parties for at least 90 days. So the first step is for us to issue the NOA. And, and we have to put the mailing list together, send it out. And after that, there's no action that can be taken to dispose of the property for at least 60 days. And if we get something in the NOA or not, we'll have the discussion on next steps after that. So it's a minimum of 60 days from today before you can take any action to dispose of the property. Does that give you some perspective on timeline, Councilmember?
It does, but I'm not going to support the motion, but thank you, Manuel.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Anybody else have anything to say on this? Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
I lost my window here. Who was the maker of the motion again, please?
I don't know.
Councilmember Chahal.
Oh, thank you. And Anthony seconded.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
No.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So that passes 5-2. Thank you very much. All right.
Mayor.
Yes.
May I just take 30 seconds? I'm sitting here feeling guilty. When I introduced this item, I just blurbed out a number on the property size. It's 10,270 acres for the record. I don't know what I said as far as the size.
I'm not going to tell you what you said.
Okay.
I think you said
Thank you.
square feet, but I didn't want to
I just wanted to
you.
correct it for the
I
record.
didn't want to embarrass you, so I didn't say anything. All right,
Appreciate it.
thanks. It was square feet, though. Okay. Reports of members and special committees. I'm hoping we don't have any because it's really late.
Actually, I've got one.
Can you please make it short?
I'll keep it short. And to the rest of the Triton Board, I really apologize. I'm so sorry that we get the reports of special committees so late because nobody's listening. But the Triton Board didn't actually have a meeting last time, but I went anyway. Had a remarkable discussion with Preston and Jeff. And they were setting up a room for a new exhibit at the museum. And they will have a display of the winners of the 2022 Pocket Exhibition on Surviving COVID. So I just want to make a shout out. I think that as the council liaison, I have to promote the museum. And please check out the museum. Like, you can go quickly, you can go slowly, you can go actively, passively, with friends or alone, but please do go and take your time because there's a lot to see there. It's a lot more than you think. It's a great place to just hang out and relax. Thank you.
Okay, so, all right, that leads us, city manager, executive director report. Thank you. That leads us to our adjournment, and I do have one adjournment this evening. I'd like to ask the council that we please adjourn this meeting in memory of Santa Clara resident Marianne Garcia. Ann Garcia was born in Hepzibah, West Virginia on August 12, 1928, the oldest of 5 children. Ann was educated in Hamden, Connecticut, where she grew up. She later attended the Stone Business College in New Haven. In 1952, Ann married the love of her life, Martin M. Garcia. Many of us remember him as Mike Garcia. And they were happily married for 62 years. Ann and Martin traveled for 3 years while he was serving in the Air Force. Upon his discharge, they moved to Santa Clara, where they started a family and a successful business. They became the proud parents of Martin A. and Glenda L. Garcia. The family grew to include 6 grandchildren and 5 great-grandchildren. Ann and Martin became Nana and Papa to Jose, Arminda, and Natalie Uribe. Ann's time was split between caring for her family and sharing the responsibilities of running their restaurant by the bucket. Next to being a mother and entrepreneur, Ann's greatest passion was music. She studied voice for many years and belonged to several musical groups and church choirs, singing well into her 80s. Ann was an avid patron of the opera, symphony, and musicals. Some of her favorite activities and hobbies were playing piano, golfing, and painting. She loved to swim and belonged to the YMCA for 44 years and was also a longtime volunteer at the local senior center. Marianne Garcia passed peacefully on May 14th in Santa Clara, surrounded by her loved ones. She will be deeply missed by all who knew her. Both she and her husband, Mike Garcia, as owners of By the Bucket, were so very generous to our Santa Clara community in so many ways. So they'll both be very much missed. So may I please have a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting in her honor?
Motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Good night or good morning, everyone.